Good afternoon and welcome to the Senate live proceedings. The day being Wednesday, February 24th. The year is 2021. This also happens to be the fifth session of Parliament, and a couple of motions will be moved before the floor of the House this afternoon. The first one is the adoption of reports of the Sessional Committee on the County Public Accounts and Investment on Audit Reports. This is for the County Executive for the financial years 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017 and 2018. That is in volumes 1, 2, and 3. Also, the House is this afternoon session expected to resume debate on the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2020 by Senator Agnes Zani. Another motion is that of fast-tracking cultural development in counties by Senator Sylvia Kasanga. The chairperson, Mediation Committee, will be moving a motion on the adoption of the report of the Mediation Committee. This is on the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, that this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the consideration of the Early Childhood Education Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. That particular report was laid on the table of the Senate February 18th, Thursday, 2021, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution, the Standing Order 161, subsection 3, the Senate approves the mediated version of the bill. Also lined up for tabling is a report of the Sessional Committee on the County Public Accounts and Matters Investment on Audit Reports for the County Executive. This is for between financial year 2014-2015 and 2014 to the 30th of June 2015. That particular report will be tabled by the Chairperson, Sessional Committee on Public Accounts and Investment Committee. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. These particular live proceedings are also available on YouTube courtesy of the PBU and the Senate of Kenya. The Senator for Wajir County will be moving a motion on the parking charges in the public institutions offering. That aware that many urban areas and towns in Kenya lack designated car parking areas. This is as a result of imbalance between parking and supply and matters demand, mainly due to ineffective land use, matters planning and miscalculations of space requirement, thereby leading to exorbitant parking fees. Noting that most essential services offered in hospitals, education institutions, and other public utilities are offered in urban areas, shopping and malls, and designated areas that charge parking to access such services. Concerned that access to hospitals, education institutions, and other places offering essential services might be hindered. This is due to exorbitant parking fees levied to motorists accessing such services. The Senate urges the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing and Physical Planning, together with the Council of Governors, to come up with a policy framework. This is to create an enabling environment for the protection of motorists accessing essential services from paying exorbitant fees. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 47, subsection 1, the Senator for Trans Nzoia County, Senator Michael Mbito, will be making a statement in regards to the investment in mental health care post-COVID-19 pandemic. The Senator for Vihiga County, Senator George Haniri, will be making a statement concerning the alleged electrocution of wild animals. This happened most recently within Soisambu Conservancy. The nominated Senator, Senator Alice Milgol, will be making a statement on the importance of encouraging girls to pursue courses in science, technology, engineering, as well as mathematics. The nominated Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve, will be making a statement on the annual International Mother Language Day, celebrated on the 1st of February every year. Senator Fonandi will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Information and Technology on the status of access to information regulations as provided in Access to Information Act of 2016. The Senate proceedings are just about to kick off. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Take your seat, Senator Transoya. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation from Nairobi City County Assembly. The delegation consists of a research services department, officers who are undertaking an exposure visit on the operations of the Senate and tap into the experience of the national Parliament. I request each member of the delegation to stand when I called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. They are 1, Paul Gisore, Senior Research Officer, Day Singao, Research Officer, Melvin Washira, Research Officer, Yvonne Njagi, Research Officer. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome the delegation to the Senate and wish them well for the remainder of their visit. I thank you. Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, let me join you with the rest of our colleagues in welcoming this delegation from the Nairobi County Assembly into the precincts of Parliament, where I believe they will meet the best that this country has to offer in terms of parliamentary procedures and training. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many members of Senate are aware that our Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training is a leading institution in the region, and perhaps, if not actually in the entire sub-Saharan Africa, training for parliamentary procedures and practices. Each year we receive delegations from Zambia, South Africa, different parts of the region, and some even from Europe, who want to study the practice of democracy in Africa. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I know this delegation is in good hands of our very experienced and well-trained parliamentary staff So I believe this is in line with one of our key objectives as an institution, Mr. Speaker, which is to train and pass on the knowledge that we have as a house to the county assemblies. In such a time, Mr. Speaker, that maybe in another 5 to 10 years, the same level of expertise, the same level of skill, the same level of professionalism that you find with the staff of Parliament, you can be replicated in our county assemblies through such visits, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I do welcome, first as a senator, and also second in my capacity as a chair of staff welfare in the Parliamentary Service Commission. Therefore, all the staff of Parliament are under my supervision. And therefore, the words that I say, I do not say of them just because I have to say them, but it's because I celebrate and I appreciate the kind of work that staff of Parliament do. And all those accolades that I've said, they are deserved, and many of our colleagues will appreciate that indeed it is worth it. So welcome to the visiting delegation from Nairobi County Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Cheriot. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Senator Transoya, Senator Mbito.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47, 1, to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely investing in mental health in the post-virus recovery. Mr. Speaker, sir, the global economy has been devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. In Africa, this has led to a significant contraction of the national economies and more people living in abject poverty. The journey to recovery will be a long and difficult one for African economies and will be strongly dependent on the resilience and productivity of the workforce. There is increasing global evidence that productivity at the workplace is profoundly influenced by mental health. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Lancet Commission on Global Mental Health and Sustainable Development defines mental health as the capacity of thought, emotion, and behavior that enables every individual to realize their own potential in relation to their development stage, to cope with the normal stresses of life, to study or work productively and fruitfully, and to contribute to their community. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is estimated that mental health illnesses cost $2.5 trillion, that's about 1 trillion Kenyan shillings, globally in 2010. And this cost will rise to over $6 trillion in 2030. Most of these costs are indirect and are due to productivity losses associated with mental illness. These losses include absenteeism, pre-absenteeism, which refers to reduced productivity while physically present at work. Mr. Speaker, sir, adverse working conditions that involve poor communication and management practices, low autonomy, effort-reward imbalance, unclear tasks or organizational objectives, occupational uncertainty, and lack of value and respect in the workplace are particularly associated with mental health problems. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the massive economic cost of mental illness, African countries historically underinvested in mental health. Most African countries spend less than 1% of their health budgets on mental health, when a minimum of 5% is recommended for low-income countries. Mr. Speaker, sir, investing in mental health will benefit African governments and employers in several ways. Workplace mental health programs do not only lead to improved mental health and well-being, but they also improve productivity. People have the right to gain access to mental health care that can improve their well-being. It is therefore vital that African governments proceed with implementing the WHO Global Mental Health Action Plan 2013 to 2020, which has been endorsed by most African UN member states and provides a roadmap for national investments in mental health, as well as being included in national health insurance schemes as part of the universal health coverage. And at the same time, there is need to consider stimulus packages and improve the regulatory environment to incentivize employers to protect and promote the mental health of their workforce. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Agnes Zani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support this statement. I think coming at a very appropriate time after we've gone through the COVID-19 pandemic, and putting in mind that our social systems have not supported especially issues of mental health, whether it is our systems in terms of medical systems, familial systems, or cultural systems, most people with mental health are left to their own devices. I think more recently now we have the issue of mental health being addressed more and more. Our own Senator Kasanga has come up with a bill and is a champion in this area, and we all support as senators. And I think the WHO plan and the roadmap are very, very clear. I think what we might want to add on in terms of the statement and to whichever committee it goes to is that we have a good time plan for the same, rather than leaving it open-ended, because we are part of many global initiatives, but it is important for ourselves to give ourselves a timeline, given especially that in the past, it has not been taken, or it hasn't been, a lot of emphasis has not been put into it. We also need to come up with a policy position, a clear policy position as Kenyans on this matter, and actually activate, maybe even mainstream mental health issues across the various ministries so that it can be addressed across the board, because we know how much we suffer when we lose the abilities of people who have a deteriorated situation because of mental health, both economically, socially, and in all ways. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important statement that our colleague, Senator Michael Mbito, Senator for Trans Nzoia, is inviting the attention of the House to. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that thanks to the very difficult and harsh conditions that Kenyans have to put up with currently due to the ravaging effects of COVID-19, includes very difficult economic times that many Kenyans are facing, Mr. Speaker. And this has resulted in a situation where mental health has become almost among the leading health conditions in the country that is affecting people. And the unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, is that there are many people that haven't yet come to the point of appreciating what mental health is and the kind of challenges that exist. That's why we must appreciate the good work that is being done by our colleagues, led by Senator Sylvia Kasanga, who has distinguished herself as a champion for this cause in this House. And we are duty-bound as her colleagues and fellow leaders in this country to join her in this campaign, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how many of our leaders do know that actually this country is hugely and has very little capacity for mental health facilities, Mr. Speaker. Save for the few public health facilities that take care of our mental health patients, many other institutions, of course, have emerged in our counties, but they are not properly staffed, Mr. Speaker, where you would benchmark with the global standards in terms of being a proper medical facility. Mental health, Mr. Speaker, as we have been reminded so very often, Mr. Speaker, is a challenge, is a health challenge just like any other. And therefore, government and we that are in leadership positions need to appreciate and challenge ourselves to ensure that as a country, there is strategic intervention in this sector, and we ensure that each time we do budgets, each time our county assemblies get the chance to budget for health, that at least we should start at the very bare minimum to ensure that each county has a facility dedicated, perhaps in their level 4 or those that have level 5 hospitals that treat mental health patients, Mr. Speaker, such that, and they should be well maintained, properly groomed, not to the status of what we know, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how many of our colleagues have visited Mathare Mental Hospital a couple of times, Mr. Speaker, because I have a friend who has battled mental illness for a number of years. If you see the conditions that the patients in that particular place live under, it will break your heart, Mr. Speaker. But the unfortunate thing is, because of subsequent underinvestment in that facility, doctors there have to make do with very little capitation. And you know, the challenging and the unfortunate thing is that even at the Ministry of Health, they do not seem to understand what this challenge is. And they continue to treat that particular hospital as a dumping institution. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if you do recall, a few months ago, when the Cabinet Secretary and the leadership at Ministry of Health fell out with certain officers at the Ministry of Health, they were transferred to Mathare Mental Hospital. It is considered as if it's a form of punishment. This is unfortunate. If the people in charge of health sector in our country are doing such things, Mr. Speaker, then it tells you that we still have a long journey to go, that people haven't appreciated the challenges of the health, mental health sector in our republic, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we must begin first with the sensitization, followed very closely by directing resources, being purposeful about it, to ensure that we begin at the county level and perhaps even consider at the national level a proper, well-equipped, properly facilitated with the staff and whatever machines they will need to carry out the treatment, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we can be able to rescue our health patients, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this is something important. I do hope Senator Michael Mbito, being the chair for Health Committee, shall be able to follow through and ensure that actually when government responds to this, they are put to task and gives the country a roadmap on how we can ensure that we have good mental health facilities in our country to take care of patients, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Sylvia Kasanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Senator Dr. Mbito for that statement and all the other senators who have spoken, that indeed it's wonderful that mental health now can be discussed even more openly. Mr. Speaker, I want to let you know that we have several ambassadors of mental health right here who are able to be trained and to continue breaking down the stigma of mental health. And I really appreciate them for what they did, for coming to participate in the forum that we had. And I'll keep encouraging senators, because these forums are going to be several, that you can join us so that we start breaking the stigma, because that is the first the way to heal with mental health, is to fight the stigma. And Mr. Speaker, like you've had, mental health is multi-sectoral. It has to be approached from different points of view. And although the law has not yet seen the light of day, Mr. Speaker, which is really sad, because it was covering most of these issues that are being raised, it is correct then that we approach it almost in piecemeal, in a way to put pressure on government. And I like what Dr. Senator Mbito is pushing for, that the workplace, we need to adopt a policy for the workplace so that it can cover on mental health issues. And, in small bits, and we shall get there, Mr. Speaker, as we wait for the overarching bill to see the light of day. So I thank you, Senator Mbito, and I encourage us to continue talking about mental health. Once we have destigmatized it and understood it, then we all understand we are all victims, and it's just a matter of time. If we don't handle it ourselves here as legislators, that then we'll be all affected as Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to support this statement by Senator of Trans Nzoia County. And since most of the things I wanted to say have been said, I'll just say only one thing. That, Mr. Speaker, we must as leaders be at the front fighting the stigma that is associated with mental health. Mr. Speaker, so many people are suffering in silence because when people get flu, they rush to hospital. When they get injured, Mr. Speaker, they go and see an orthopedic surgeon. When they have any other kind of disease, and they can confidently say to the public that I had flu. But Mr. Speaker, when someone has mental problems, they keep it to themselves. And in most cases, Mr. Speaker, it's because of the fear of the stigma that is associated with it. In fact, we need to desist as politicians from this behavior where when we disagree with someone, you say this one belongs to Mathare. Mr. Speaker, because it's become a source of stigma to be taken to Mathare Mental Hospital is meant to indicate that, you know, you are weak or you are useless or you don't deserve to be part and parcel of society. I think we need to be the ones who are in the forefront preaching, Mr. Speaker, the possibility of having mental health institution, at least to start with in the 7 or 8 regions of the country, then move slowly to having in every county, Mr. Speaker, a mental health facility. Second, we should also push, and the health committee chaired by the Senator Mbito himself, should, Mr. Speaker, move quickly to establish how many mental health officers have been employed as part of the county staff, because health is a heavily devolved function. If we can do this kind of audit, we can be able to push for enough resource allocation for counselors and doctors that are dealing with mental health issues. Some of the mental health issues come from withdrawal symptoms from alcohol, Mr. Speaker, and we know so many of our colleagues and friends who are in that situation. And I know a number of people, Mr. Speaker, who've gone through that. And we need to put in place also rehabilitation centers that can deal with the underlying issues that cause mental health. It's also about the well-being of society. Sometimes, even nowadays, children are committing suicide because of the fear of exams, Mr. Speaker, among others, or parenting skills that are now lacking in current generation, Mr. Speaker, or, Mr. Speaker, matters of marital challenges that people go through. It creates mental challenges in families. Mr. Speaker, this thing must be dealt with holistically, and I really want to congratulate Senator Sylvia Kasanga for sponsoring the bill, Mr. Speaker, that deals with mental health issues, and I hope that bill will be expedited and implemented in good time to deal with this very serious menace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support this statement, and at the onset say that I'm happy it has been raised by none other than the chair of Health Committee, Dr. Mbito. I read an article yesterday about, yesterday or the day before yesterday, about suicides in Japan and in all over the world post-COVID, and it's actually a very, very, very serious issue that should be given priority, should be given attention. Now, I have an entry point, Speaker, to suggest. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that a report and an audit of use of COVID funds has been tabled here. I have read the report, and particularly on my county, Makueni, and generally, the auditor has no kind words for use of COVID funds by county governments. Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to suggest that the good senator from Trans Nzoia would move a motion to table and discuss the report on the use of COVID funds so that, Mr. Speaker, the question of post-COVID recovery and mental health can be addressed within the recommendations of the committee on COVID, because the funds on COVID are still coming, counties are still misusing funds on COVID, and this matter cannot be treated in isolation from masks, protective gear, and mental health or post-recovery. So, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion and proposal to the committee is that a motion be tabled on the floor to discuss the use of COVID funds. A recommendation on this use, mental health, be incorporated in it post-election so that we can leave the committee to continue dealing with this issue, which is going to be a matter that will be handled for a long time to come. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Sakaja, finally, on that matter.
Thank you, Speaker. First, to congratulate Senator Mbito for bringing this statement, and I urge that you direct it to himself as Chair of Health, because it's very important, Mr. Speaker, the issues he is talking about. Mental health has had stigma for a long time, and I'm glad when Senator Kasanga was doing her publication, she titled it, the phrase I had said on the floor, that it is okay not to be okay. Mr. Speaker, members may not know that in the last parliament, in the last parliament when I was in the National Assembly, a colleague of ours, who I will not name, who had mental issues a bit at some point, went and asked the PSC, where Senator Cheriot sits, why her healthcare professional is not on the panel. Because in the panel, there are always dentists and other fields, ophthalmologists and surgeons, but you don't find psychosocial help or psychiatrists at that time. And what we realized when that person was, when they added that field to the list, the PSC will tell you that one of the most used profession, medical profession from our own health insurance is mental health, Mr. Speaker, whether it is staff or members. But we are privileged enough, Mr. Speaker, to have insurance and to be able to get, any kind of health care, yet millions of Kenyans cannot get it. Senator Cheriot has spoken about Mathare, and I know many facilities. Our children do not have special schools for those with autism. I have very few Nairobi public schools, but many parents who have children with autism and such mental conditions cannot find a place to take them. So we must address that, and a substantive report by the Health Committee proposing what was both in the Mental Health Task Force that the President brought up, as well as other interventions, needs to be passed in this House, Mr. Speaker. So thank you, Senator Mbito. On top of that, please look at the state, and I've said this last week, Mr. Speaker, the state of our children's mental health after this COVID pandemic. Our children are not doing well in their schools. I spoke about the feeding program. Mr. Speaker, when you go to schools, and I've been touring my schools, and when you ask children what would they like, normally they will tell you they want bowls, or they want sweets, and they tell you they want food. Because the economic situation at home is so bad, that is just showing you the state of mind they're in. And if they have nothing in their tummy, nothing will go into their mind. So let us think more about, the state of our children, the state of, many sectors in society after this COVID pandemic. So it is not just the post-corona economic recovery strategy that we're looking at, but also issues of health that must be looked at. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you so much. I think Chair Health, who brought the statement, just like has been suggested by the whip on the minority side, I think you brought a report which you read and went. So I think it's good to come up with a motion which then can discuss that report. Because of the use of the COVID funds, it's a big issue in the counties. So that motion can then be tabled, you adopt the report, and include mental health in that particular report. That would do a good service to this House. And before I call the next statement of a communication, Honorable Senators, as you are aware, devolution is a cornerstone of our Constitution, and hence we should make concerted effort to protect it and make it flourish. Resultantly, I cannot underscore the important and strategic role that the Senate has in this framework on devolution as espoused in Article 96 of the Constitution. As a Senate, therefore, we must shape and influence the discourse on devolution across all levels and ensure that our counties are adequately resourced and that we judiciously oversight counties to deliver services to Wanjiku. The Constitution of Kenya in Article 6.2 recognizes that governments at the national and county levels are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Consequently, our linkage with devolved institutions is critical to enable us to deliver on our mandate on safeguarding counties and their governments. Honorable Senators, one such institution which we have continued to make effort to work with closely is the Council of Governors. As you may be aware, the Council of Governors recently elected its leadership and is now chaired by the Governor of Embu County, Honorable Martin Wambora. This is to inform you that the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations has organized a meeting with the newly appointed leadership of the Council of Governors to discuss the state of devolution. The meeting is scheduled to take place next week on Thursday, 2nd March 2021 at 9 a.m. in the Senate Chamber, main Parliament buildings. The purpose of this communication is to extend an invitation to all senators and to urge you to attend this important meeting. I thank you. Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, you have an intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I hope when you say Thursday, when we have a session, I know I'm part of the Devolution Committee, but we really need good time with this Council of Governors because we have so many questions to ask and to audit the performance of Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker, as an institution, as an entity, because there are many devolution-related issues that we really want to audit between us and governors, being the last 1 year, and to see the new leadership present to us their blueprint and their manifesto of what they want to do in this 1 year that is coming. Mr. Speaker, I hope the time will be enough, but also I hope as many senators as possible are going to be there on Thursday. So I hope your office will...
I say Tuesday, sorry.
It's Tuesday,
2nd March at 9 a.m.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, knowing also that Tuesday we'll have a sitting in the afternoon, still the same applies. I wish it was Monday or Friday, because on a day that we are not going back to session. But, Mr. Speaker, we also want them to come with clear presentation on their performance and plans for the next 1 year so that we can put them on accountability and see how we can work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Since you are in that committee, the chair of devolution should set the agenda, because as you invite them, you can whisper to your chair that as you invite them, you set the agenda on what is going to be discussed and what is expected of them. Then if you don't complete, then you can still have another day. Because really, we really need to audit devolution. We've just been talking about it, we go celebrate, we look at ourselves and think we are doing very well, but I think there's serious need to do a serious audit of how we are performing in devolution. Senator George Haneri, next statement.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I rise pursuant to the provisions of our standing order, and in particular standing order number 47, paragraph 1, to make a statement on an issue of general topic concern, and this is in regard to the electrocution of wild animals, most recently in Soisambu Conservancy. Mr. Speaker, Kenya as a country is renowned as one of the best tourist destinations in the world, where one is assured to experience almost all the wildlife on one visit. A tour in Kenya includes sighting of the big five, to birds and marine life, and experiencing sandy beaches and a great safari drives. Mr. Speaker, tourism is one of the pride and high income earner in the country, and to this end, there is a full Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, which I have had the privilege to serve in as an assistant minister in the past. To continue enjoying nature and its abundance demand that we make deliberate efforts of protection and conservation of both flora and fauna. Human development projects should always be designed to ensure that they do not endanger or encroach on wildlife, plants, and aquatic life. Mr. Speaker, recent reports that 3 of the endangered distinct giraffe species, Rothschild's giraffe, were electrocuted in Soisambu Conservancy within Nakuru County as a result of low-hanging power line is disheartening, to say the least. This is not the first time that such an incident is happening. According to the conservatists, in the last 2 years, at least 11 giraffes and dozens of birds have been electrocuted at the conservancy by sagging Kenya power cables. These are too many wild animals to die of negligence. Mr. Speaker, this is definitely just a tip of the iceberg in the conservation of wildlife in the country. After the above report was aired in the media, there has been a reactionary response that is too late when the damage has already been done. One obvious question that comes to mind is, when the Kenya Power Company was doing the survey, designs, and installation of the power lines, were they aware that the live power lines were passing through a wildlife habitat, posing a great danger to the animals? Mr. Speaker, the wildlife we enjoy today is a heritage that we inherited freely from those before us, and we have to protect it for the generations that will come after us. With the advancement in technology and information currently available, such incidents should not occur. It will be unfortunate for this negligence to go unpunished, Mr. Speaker. In addition, all the concerned ministries should jointly undertake an audit of the safety of all the conservancies and wildlife corridors. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife should also strive to find solutions to the human-wildlife conflicts across the country and prompt compensation of affected residents in case of damage of property or injuries or injuries to human by wild animals. The Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government and the Kenya Wildlife Service should also bring to an end the poaching menace. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Sakaja.
Chair, just very briefly, and thank you, Senator Kaniri, but you can also be Dr. Kaniri. Soon, yeah, you're getting your PhD. Thank you for bringing that statement. You know, our heritage is not just what we've inherited from those before us, but what we've borrowed from generations coming. Mr. Speaker, the Rothschild giraffe are only 1,600 in the world, and 38% are in Kenya, 600. So by losing 3, it is indeed something extremely. I heard Senator Murkomen saying there are no giraffes in Vihiga, and he's wondering why Senator Kaniri is asking. But really, it's our national heritage, and I just heard him saying that.
What is your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Kaniri is asking.
Yes. Oh, that's your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, to bring rumors to the chambers? Mr. Speaker, rumors, Mr. Speaker, hearsay, things that are not on the Hansard of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, is it in order?
He's actually out of order.
Mr. Speaker, those statements, they are witnesses. And some of these witnesses are children of Sunday school teachers. So if they're to say the truth, such a statement came from around there, that there are no giraffes in Vihiga. But Mr. Speaker, importantly, 38% of these giraffes are in our country. And our country prides itself, you know, by having the widest selection of animals, the widest selection of butterflies in Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud as Senator of Nairobi, the only capital in the world where you can be looking at animals in their natural and spoiled habitat, and in the background, it is a skyline of a capital city. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that, I know it's a statement under 47(1), but just because I saw there's a commitment by Kenya Power that they will adjust the height of the lines, but we need to oversight that. So if you just direct that to the committee in charge of energy, to make sure that not just something piecemeal just at Yosambu, but in all of these areas where we have giraffes and you know, birds have been affected in certain areas of large concentration, vultures, that they actually put their power lines at the correct height, because there is there's a specific height at which they must be. So it's something that can be implemented, and our Committee of Energy should be able to tell us when that has been done, despite the commitment by Kenya Power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Pareno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising because I was just reading a statement that I was trying to sign on how much we are suffering because of these wild animals. So as they suffer because of electrocution, we are suffering because of a lot of trespass on this, from these animals. Our animals are suffering, our people are suffering. As I speak now, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to, because I can see, Mr. Speaker, you're laughing. I do not want to look like I don't care about wild animals. But I want to say that we live daily with this. I have repeated this severally, that we live with these animals. We have giraffes all over. We have everything all over. But they have become a problem to us as pastoralists. As I speak, children are not going to school around the Sultan Ahmad area, Najil area in Kajiado West, Kenya Apoka area in Kajiado East, because the wild animals are too wild that children are not even going to school. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue has to be looked at differently. Yes, we have value for animals, but yes, we have value for human beings. We have value for our crops. We have value for our animals. As I also speak, Mr. Speaker, in the Njukini area, a place called Njukini, between Taita Taveta, the border of Taita Taveta and Kajiado County, we have KWS rounding up thousands of animals that belong to the Maasais around that area, and they lock them up, allegedly because they have trespassed into the national parks, and they lock them up for weeks until we even have animals dying of hunger because of the way they are handling them. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that needs to be looked into. Yes, the animals are important, but I want to say the human beings are more important than those animals. And then when they are electrocuted, or when they are killed,
Senator Rose Nyamunga,
Mr. Speaker.
You want to, there's an intervention from Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Mr. Speaker, it's not an intervention. I wanted to say something after Senator Pareno, almost on the same.
Okay.
Yes, if I may finish, Mr. Speaker, the moment there is harm on an animal, on an elephant, on a rhino, on a giraffe, the KWS come in numbers to intervene. But the moment a Maasai is killed somewhere, a Kamba is killed somewhere in Taita, the border between the Taita Taveta and Kajiado, or in Sultan Ahmad, there is no response. Mr. Speaker, we need an all-round solution for this.
Senator Hargura.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, coming from areas where these animals are still found in their natural habitats, there have been efforts to conserve some of these endangered species like the gravy zebras, but there is need to balance, because like right now in Marsabit, the park is being fenced to keep out the locals who have been used to actually watering the animals in the park. And when it's done that way, then there's a lot of preferential treatment to the animals, so to say, than the human beings. Because the animals can come out, they have corridors to get out. But you cannot go in, even during the dry season, to water animals there. So I'll still go the same way Senator Pareno said. Let's balance. When we are doing these things, let's take into account that there are also human beings whose livelihood depends on how they access these sites. Thank you.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my voice to the concerns of my colleagues, because it is very important that the wildlife is conserved. All of us know the benefits that accrue with that, and also in the tourism industry. But much as we want to conserve our animals, they are harmful to the people, just like it has been alluded by Senator Pareno. But along the lake region, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of hippos coming from the lake and affecting, like in the last rainy season, many people suffered because most of the plants were destroyed by the hippos from the Lake Victoria. So I just want to add my voice that it should be holistic. We benefit from the animals, but they should not be harmful to the people and should not be harmful to the crops also. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue that Senator George Haneri has brought before this House this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know he has requested this statement under 47.1, and the beauty of our new standing orders is that it gives you the liberty to direct actually a particular committee to handle. In your consideration, I agree with those who have said that this is not just an issue to do with the wildlife, but also Kenya Power, which has been found to be the main culprit needs to be invited to whichever committee you will have referred to, so that the managing director can give a commitment in writing before the Senate how long he needs before he can repair those loosely hanging wires, Mr. Speaker. To lose 11 giraffes, I don't know, maybe Senator Mutula will know better, but hustlers like us who didn't know what is the cost of a giraffe, I know Mutula, who keeps lions, will be better placed to know the cost of such things. For people like Senator Murkomen, the best you can ask them is material things like phones and cars. But natural heritage, the most expensive and the best of God's creation, you ask princes like Senator Mutula. He will be able to answer you, Mr. Speaker. But that's besides the point. The point is, as a country, we haven't been very fair to our animals. Each year, this country wrecks in billions of Kenya shillings. And that's taxpayers' money which we use to pay our doctors, our teachers, run our government, and even us that are seated here this afternoon. It's out of people who visit this country to visit the wildlife in Masai Mara and our national parks. Yet, just the most simplest of duties that those animals would expect of us, that we will give them a decent and safe environment where they can peacefully live and enjoy their life, we are unable to do it. That's so unfair, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as a House, we must treat this matter with the seriousness that it deserves. When you invite even the Minister for Tourism, because I believe he is equally responsible, and part of the reason why some of these private conservancies can be this reckless, Mr. Speaker, is because they see even how government treat this wildlife animal. You do remember the experiment that went wrong. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, when he's invited here, one of the things he needs to do is to shed light on what was the eventual finding, because he promised Kenyans that out of that sad incident where we lost a number of rhinos, 10 rhinos actually, he was going to furnish the country with a report explaining what really went wrong. I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, since that is within the same theme of protection of our wildlife, when he is invited to come before this House, let him come with that report so that the country can understand who was reckless, and if there are people who are found that they were complicit in that act, Mr. Speaker, then they need to face the full consequences. Because under the animal protection laws, Mr. Speaker, it's only that as a country, we are not so keen in following up some of the laws that we pass as a House. Otherwise, the line manager or the supervisor or the person who was in charge and should have seen the danger that was lacking, because I'm sure somebody observed for the last few months as these wires continue to hang loose, and they were negligent about their duties. They need to be brought to book so that people need to know that the right to life doesn't just end with human life. Even animal life is life that needs to be protected, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that the committee that you'll task with this responsibility will do a good job and will give this country a final finding that will ensure that even these private, so-called private conservancies, Mr. Speaker, don't just mint money out of our wildlife animals, but do not give proper return in ensuring that they take good care. If it was in other countries, by the way, Mr. Speaker, where they are keen on the protection of wildlife, the license of this conservancy would have already been suspended. They would have already been told to return that particular license until such a time that they can satisfy that they are capable of taking care of those animals. Therefore, there are many issues that we need to respond to, Mr. Speaker, in this particular question. And I hope that committee will do a thorough job so that we can protect our wildlife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. I could speak about wildlife for a long time, and for the benefit of Senator Cheriot, you don't need to be a prince or princess or a hustler. You just need to take a keen interest on wildlife. And if you spend time with me, I'll explain a lot of things about wildlife you don't know. Now, the cost of that giraffe is not the cost of the giraffe. That giraffe, the one that we saw in the newspaper, is possibly...
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. is making it so easy, Mr. Speaker, to take care of wild animals. How can a hustler feed lions, for example, Mr. Speaker, when they cannot feed themselves?
I'm going to answer him. Mr. Speaker, The giraffes that we saw in the newspapers and on the news are possibly about 7 or 8 years old. It's a rare species. And I want to advise Senator Cheriot, one weekend, instead of running around with a wheelbarrow somewhere in Rift Valley, should go to the giraffe center in Karen, next to where Murkomen lives. The hustlers live in Karen, you know, all of them. Poor people live in suburbs. So, I mean, if he doesn't know where Karen is, he can go to the chief hustler, which is Murkomen. And the giraffe center, you will find, and you will feed the giraffe yourself. And then you learn how important these giraffes are. I'm surprised, Speaker, that somebody would say, and this was mentioned by Senator Sakaja, that Kenya Power just says they will put the wires a little higher. That's not what you do. For purposes of wildlife at Konza, they have made sure that the power lines are underground. That's what you do. A modern person would put the power lines underground, not overhead, because then you have an opportunity of then protecting giraffes like these ones. In the construction of SGR, the most controversial project Kenya has ever done, the Chinese, in their most ingenious ways, created even migration corridors for elephants. If you go to Laikipia, Laikipia has created an animal migration corridor for elephants. Now, what Senator Pareno is referring to is a problem we are having in Makueni and Kajiado. The wildlife in Taita Taveta County and in Savo has come to visit. They are now touring the habitats of Makueni residents and the Kajiado residents to come and see people. In the process, these elephants are killing people. These elephants are destroying crops. And it's my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, that while we are considering our species, and those who are asking, the wildlife in Kenya is contributing 9% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity of seeing, and I've been to so many parks in this republic, and for 10 years, I've never seen a cheetah feeding its young, and I saw one in Masai Mara in December. Mr. Speaker, we must protect this wildlife. There are people who are coming to this country and spending millions and millions of shillings that they would not ordinarily spend to come and see our wildlife. It's gross negligence. It is gross negligence on the part of KWS and part of KPLC to have overhead wires when they know that there are giraffes that are crossing across all over the place. At Manzoni, where my father breathed his last, we have giraffes that come all the time to rest and take water. But the wires are so high up that you don't affect those giraffes. It's negligence. And that negligence should also be attributed to the conservancies. We cannot lose wildlife based on negligence of things like that. And for the benefit of Senator Murkomen, it's actually very cheap to keep lions if you know what you want to do. Instead of buying a helicopter, you spend less. You spend less feeding a lion than buying a helicopter that flies at night. Thank you.
Today, I think. Finally, Professor Ongeri. I think today the house is very lively.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The wildlife conservancy is one of the most important elements in our society because it is the generator of resources, and not only the generator of resources, but it has a ripple effect because the tourists who come to visit that site or that area will also spend money on various items, and therefore the local communities will have access to resources as a result of the tourists that come around. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, that the relevant committee should be looking at through the statement by Honorable Senator Kaniri should be, what is the criteria and specification of the registration of private conservancy? Is there a standard that has been set up so that every one of them will be checked against that standard? And if they go against that standard, then obviously that will attract some sanctions or some punitive measures that will be at place. So we need to know during the registration of private conservancy, was there a checklist on the quotations and checking on the standards that were required to be attained and maintained so that we can then be able to say this was an accident or it was something which was deliberately done and therefore will attract sanctions. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to know by the time the Kenya Power and Lining people go to the conservancy, obviously that's a dangerous zone and therefore will require some security elements to carry them along, and the power line people and the owners of the conservancy, were they not able to have a site meeting to appreciate the height of some of these animals? And sometimes even the communities around there, in the event that they are charged by an animal, they may find sanctuary in climbing up the tree, and unknown to them, there's this wire line passing and could also be electrocuted. And we need to really appreciate this element of it, because sometimes it gets very, very, very nasty for both the loss of human life and the animal life. And finally, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I really want to appreciate, that I was involved in the negotiations on the Biodiversity Convention when we were doing up the Biodiversity Convention when I was the ambassador for UNEP. And one of the elements of the Biodiversity Convention was that we must be able to keep our species in place because they are for posterity. And losing 10 giraffes, I don't think will protect our posterity. And therefore, it's important that when the committee looks at it, they should look at it with the background of Biodiversity Convention. What was it stipulated in that convention that will help them to be able to do a better conservancy rather than this ad hoc way of handling a conservancy? Otherwise, I thank you, Senator Kaniri, for this statement, and the relevant committee should now look at those areas that I've mentioned out so we can realign them with any provisions, whether legal or regulations that may be put in place for any private conservancy to thrive in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I think we are discussing a very, very important statement. And like it has been raised by both sides of those who have spoken, I've had an opportunity also to serve in Kajiado, and I witnessed a situation where lions, they killed very many goats, and the Maasai community came up with spears to kill all lions. And of course, people from KWS came very fast. So I think it's a matter, depending on where you are, that needs to be looked at very, very seriously and come up with a way forward on both sides. I therefore commit this to the committee, two committees, lands and environment, and the committee on energy, to look at it and come up with a way forward. Next statement, Senator Alice Milgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a statement regarding the importance of encouraging girls to pursue STEM education. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topic concern, namely the importance of encouraging girls to pursue science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to a UNESCO report titled Cracking the Code, Girls and Women Education in STEM, there are only 35% of STEM students in higher education globally are women. The gender gap is concerning, considering that STEM careers are referred to as the jobs of the future. The report notes that a strong gender imbalance exists globally in regard to women's representation in STEM fields, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the United Nations Institute of Statistics, less than 30% of the world's researchers are women. Numerous studies have found that women in STEM fields publish less, are paid less for their research, and do not progress as far as men in their careers. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are many complex reasons why girls and women are underrepresented in STEM subjects and fields. Conscious and unconscious biases, social norms, and cultural expectations frequently influence the type and quality of education girl learners receive and the choice offered to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important to have diversity represented in STEM and not just for the sake of numbers. When women are pushed out of careers in STEM by systems of bias, this influences the products and services that STEM organizations create. Hence, artificial intelligence or machine learning bias is a recognized concern for organizations developing products and services using this technology. So, Speaker, sir, only about 26% of artificial intelligence professionals globally are female. According to the 2020 World Economic Forum report on the global gender gap, which also found that current trajectories mean sub-Saharan Africa will only close its gender gap in 95 years. Another reason why we must pay attention to investing in women's STEM development. So, Speaker, sir, it is vital that we engage with girls at primary and secondary schools levels to raise the visibility of STEM subjects as a potential career trajectory. One such collaboration is the Teaching Girls program, which inspires high school girls to pursue STEM subjects by providing them with the opportunity to interact with Microsoft employees and receive computer and technology training. Each year, Microsoft hosts Teacher Girl Day across the world, including in the Middle East and Africa during this pandemic. These events will be virtual, allowing girls from Kenya, Rwanda, Canada, and the US to engage in the first international virtual Microsoft Teacher Girl panel and boot camps. We must therefore encourage Kenyan parents to register their girls to participate in such events so as to motivate our girls regarding this very important subject. I thank you.
Yeah, we have so many statements, so I'll just allow 2 comments from Senator Zani, and I can see Senator Musuruve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg also to support this very important statement, especially that it deals with the gender imbalance that is created through the subjects that we take at various levels, be it primary, secondary, and encouraging more students to be involved in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Mr. Speaker, the data shows that involvement in this sort of background increases certain skills such as problem solving, creativity, critical analysis, teamwork, independent thinking, initiative, communication, and digital. In fact, more and more occupations that are growing are from STEM occupations at almost 17%, while other growth is taking place at 9.8%. Therefore, this immediately equates to increased income. Mr. Speaker, this sort of training for the girls is very key because it will increase their science literacy and it will enable the new generation to be innovators. The world is moving towards innovation. The world is moving towards better ways of solving problems. The world is moving towards environmental challenges that need to be solved in different ways. The world is moving towards issues of climate change. The basis of how to assess all this is in STEM. And when we're thinking about also where the world is moving towards artificial intelligence, for example, these are all backgrounds that really require somebody to be well equipped in science, mathematics, and engineering and technology. So this is very, very critical. I support this. I think, therefore, we should find a mechanism. And a lot of work has gone, Mr. Speaker, on this over time. We've been talking about STEM for the last, say, 10 years. But I think we have those cultural inhibitions. We have those background issues that prevent the girls from doing this. So we need to be able, again, to encourage, even within the ministry, that the girls who show potential for these subjects are actually allowed to do this, and have the girls who have excelled. I remember one of the youngest girls who excelled some time back was a young girl from Makini when she was a pilot. Let these girls come back. Let us have programs to encourage them to come back into their communities and encourage the other girls to also move into that direction. Let's not think that there's a barrier. That glass ceiling can be broken. Thank you.
Senator Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this statement from Senator Dr. Milgo. And indeed, it is a very important statement, and we have to really look for ways of encouraging girls to get into STEM subjects. Earlier on, some years back, I know that there are some subjects that were predominantly meant for girls and some were male just because of perception. But it's possible for us to change this perception so that girls are also encouraged to do STEM. And one of the ways, Honorable Speaker, of doing this is for the government to also encourage and even come up with scholarships. For girls who excel in STEM, then they can have scholarships, and even after getting scholarships, they can have an exit after training so that they get employment. This can encourage girls to even want to do STEM subjects. And Honorable Speaker, even those who are sponsored can become mentors of others, Honorable Speaker. Yes, it is possible for the narrative to change so that girls want to take subjects that were predominantly not meant for them, because girls eventually, when they're educated, when they're working, they benefit not only their families, but the society and the entire world, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the figure of 35% globally of women who are taking, STEM, that is very low, Honorable Speaker. But it's possible for us, in fact, as a society, as the world, to go higher than 35. We can make it to even 50 and above, Honorable Speaker. I support this statement. Thank you.
Next statement, Senator Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a statement of general topic concern on celebration of International Mother Language Day. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 47-1 to make a statement of general topical concern on the annual International Mother Language Day celebrated globally every 21st of February. International Mother Language Day is celebrated every year to promote linguistic and cultural diversity and multilingualism around the world. Linguistic diversity has always been one of the foundational pillars of our civilization. Honorable Speaker, the idea to celebrate International Mother Language Day first came from Bangladesh, after which the General Conference of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, that is UNESCO, decided to celebrate February 21st as International Mother Language Day from November 1999. On 16th May 2007, UNESCO, through a general resolution, called upon member states to promote the preservation and protection of all languages used by peoples of the world. By the same resolution, the General Assembly proclaimed 2008 as the International Year of Languages to promote unity in diversity and international understanding through multilingualism and multiculturalism. Honorable Speaker, the theme of this year's International Mother Language Day is fostering multilingualism for inclusion in education and society. It recognizes that languages and multilingualism can advance inclusion and the Sustainable Development Goals, that is SDGs, focusing on leaving no one behind. This year, special attention was paid to multilingual education from early childhood, so that for children, their mother tongue will always be an asset. Honorable Speaker, This year's theme encourages us to support multilingualism and use of mother tongue both at school and in everyday life. This is essential because when 40% of the world's inhabitants do not have access to education in the language they speak or understand best, it hinders their learning as well as their access to heritage and cultural expression. As social linguists will agree with the fact that every human being has an innate capacity of learning a language. The age below 7 years is the best suited for language acquisition. As we commemorate this day, I would like to encourage both levels of government in Kenya to leverage on the asset that is mother tongue by deliberately allocating more resources to early childhood education as well as to universities and colleges. I would also like to encourage a public-private partnership in allocating more resources to media stations, both print and electronic, to ensure that mother tongue is cascaded to people at their doorsteps. Honorable Speaker, it is worrying that there are quite a number of mother tongues that are threatened with extinction. The Olusuba language, for instance, which is spoken by Basuba of Nyanza region, is one such language. Mainstream languages are equally facing extinction among the youth who are mainly embracing English and Kiswahili. There is not a doubt that English and Kiswahili languages are important as official and national languages respectively. There is also no doubt that Kiswahili plays a major role as a lingua franca. However, mother tongue is vital in framing the thinking and emotions of people. Learning to speak mother tongue is very necessary for a child's comprehensive development. Being fluent in mother tongue benefits a child in various ways. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to encourage multilingualism so that our vernacular languages do not disappear in thin air among the youth generation. We must embrace new strategies of salvaging our vernacular languages. I want to encourage universities and colleges through their linguistic departments to offer courses in vernacular languages. Further, as they offer the courses it would be desirable for learners to already find a safe landing in the world of work, including in media houses, diverse organizations that deal with humanities and social sciences, the teaching profession, and so on. Honorable Speaker, when students go to study in countries like Germany and China, they're obligated to take up the local languages before embarking on their course studies. As a country, we could borrow such a strategy to ensure local languages do not become extinct. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I would like to wish everyone a belated Happy International Mother Tongue Day. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Petronila Lokorio. And I will limit because we have many statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement by Senator Musuruve on the annual International Mother Language Day that is normally celebrated on the 21st of February every year. And Mr. Speaker, I support the recognition of what we usually call mother tongue because it is important, Mr. Speaker, for the cognitive development of the child. Long ago, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have more smarter older people than the young people we have now, and we call them millennials, simply because they missed out on the mother tongue. When we were growing up in the lower primary school, standard 1, 2, and 3, people, mother tongue was compulsory. And I remember there was a storybook called Mukolwe Ne Ingaraye, and those books have disappeared now. We do not hear about them. The writers of those books are not there. So languages are disappearing. For example, my language of Marachi from Busia County, most young people now have replaced the B with the V. And we have no idea how the B became overtaken by the V. But if there was a mother tongue though if there was recognition of mother tongue or an appreciation of mother tongue the way it used to be for lower primary school, we'll not be looking at languages facing extinction like the Abasuba, as Senator Musuruve says. Mr. Speaker, there is more emphasis now on having our children speak more English, but it does not help them develop their cognitive, or rather their intelligence. English is taught in Kenya as a second language. It is not a first language. Therefore, what we are learning now in English is not original. It has been adulterated over the years, and we can never be able to speak the first language because even the teachers are taught how to teach English as a second language. So I support this statement and call upon the government through the Ministry of Education to look back at the use of language mother or the mother tongue in our schools, especially lower primary schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Harugura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Senator Musuruve for bringing up this issue, because I unfortunately come from a community which is at risk of losing its language. The Rendile language is being lost because of our maybe mixing with the Samburus culturally. Because of that cultural influence, a language is being lost. So I think it's very important that the children be taught their mother tongue at an early age, especially at the ECD level, so that they can easily know their culture. And it's important that this kind of a day be celebrated, especially even within the counties, because like my county where this kind of a situation exists, then this could be a better way or a good way of creating that awareness. We have been trying on our own. I'd like to thank organizations like the Bible Translation Literacy, which in their effort to translate the Bible to the Rendile language had to first develop the written language, which can easily be taught in school. And that way at least the language can be conserved. But I will also urge maybe the county governments to take interest in these days, like this 21st of February, so that it can be used to sensitize the communities, the local communities, not to lose their mother tongue, and instead first invest in teaching the children the mother tongue, even in the ECD level, so that the languages can be preserved. Thank you.
Finally, Senator Nyamunga.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to support this statement that has been brought on the celebration of mother tongue that has been brought by Senator Musuruve. Mr. Speaker, a language is a means to an end in itself. It is not an end. And we pride ourselves in the knowledge of a language like English or in Kiswahili more than we pride in our own local languages. Yet we know very well that our culture, for us to get it very well, and more so from the children, it is important that we nurture our different languages because we get unity in diversity. If I know Luo very well and understand the culture of the Luo community, it adds more value to me than if I knew English or Kiswahili better than I knew my own language. So I think we are losing out, Mr. Speaker, in developing our own language. Even in, if I was to make an expression in the Luo language as compared to the English, you get the sweetness of a joke, the sweetness of a culture. You understand it more if you understood it in the language that you learned for the first time. But now we are losing out more so our children who are living in town setups in the cities as opposed to the children who are in the village. Mr. Speaker, it should be very clear to our education system that in the rural setups, let us develop the local languages, because in a rural setup, you will not find multi-languages living together. If it is one community, it's just one community. So it's not difficult to let the children learn in their local languages or in their mother tongues. And secondly, even in some of our counties, for most of our members to understand the debates and understand what is going on in the national government, in the county governments, it would add more value if some of it is even done in the local languages. Because the idea is to make people understand. You understand where you are, what you are doing, what is good for your county or for the nation in the future. So for us to get a proper comprehension of the issues that we are dealing with, even in our county assemblies, I would urge the education system or even the parliament as such to develop some of these and allow our people to speak in the languages that they understand. It will help us to understand even the bills. There are many people who are members of the county assembly, but they don't understand a lot of things because of the nature of their counties. So it should be developed and it should be encouraged for the bigger good of this nation. And knowing a local language does not make you less and does not mean that you don't understand or you are not well educated enough to understand what other. But the most important thing is what you can do with that local language to make better decisions and do better things for the people. I support the statement, Mr. Speaker.
We go to the next statements, understanding order number 481, and let me call Senator Canon Naomi Waku.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the state of insecurity in Marsabit County. In the statement, the committee should explain measures being taken by the government to address cases of attacks on civilians and disappearance of commuters along the Marsabit-Moyale highway, given that such cases have increased in the last 2 years, with the recent case being that of 2 young men who were attacked in Turbi along the highway on 15th February 2021, where one was rescued by police and the other abducted by attackers. Number 2, give data on cases of attacks and disappearance of commuters along the Marsabit-Moyale highway reported to local police and state how many of the reported cases have been dealt with conclusively. Number 3, outline measures put in place by the national government to mitigate the rampant cases of ethnic clashes and livestock theft in Marsabit County. And number 4, state immediate measures put in place to address cases of insecurity and ensure the security and safety of the residents of Marsabit County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next statement is from Senator Mohamed Faki. It's not deferred. Next is Senator wa Kaundi ya Kilifi, Senator Stewart Mazayo.
Shukran, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nimesimama kuambatana na kipengele cha 48 sheria ya kwanza ya kanuni za kudumu za Seneti, kuomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya usalama wa ndani, ulinzi na mahusiano ya kimataifa kuhusu ukatili wa maofisa wa kituo cha polisi cha Bamba kilichoko eneo bunge la Ganze kwa kupigwa kwa mfanyikazi maarufu Mama Kadzo Karisa Kalu mbele ya wafanyikazi wake na mali yake kuharibiwa. Bwana Spika, katika kauli hiyo, kamati ya usalama wa ndani inapaswa, swali la kwanza, kueleza sababu za ukatili wa polisi wa kituo cha Bamba katika eneo bunge la Ganze ambao kulisababisha kupigwa kwa mama Kadzo Karisa Kalu na kuharibiwa mali yake. Swali la pili, Bwana Spika, kueleza ni lini mama Kadzo Karisa Kalu atarejeshewa mali yake ambayo ilishikwa na hao polisi ili kuruhusiwa kuendelea na biashara hiyo. Bwana Spika, swali la tatu ni kwa nini au ni hatua gani zimechukuliwa na serikali kuadhibu hao polisi waliofanya kitendo hicho cha ukatili ama cha unyama, kuharibu kuharibu mali ya mama Kadzo Karisa Kalu. Swali la nne, Bwana Spika, hiyo kamati iweze kufafanua kimasomaso ni kwa nini polisi wa kituo cha Bamba wanazembea kazini wakinyanyasa wakaazi wa eneo la Bamba kwa kuwashika ovyo ovyo na kuomba hongo badala ya kudumisha hali ya usalama wa Bamba. Na mwisho, Bwana Spika, la tano, kueleza ni kwa nini waliohudumu kwenye kituo hicho zaidi ya miaka 3 au 5, huo ni muda mrefu, na mpaka sasa hawajapigwa transfer ama kuhamishwa katika kituo cha Bamba. Na iwapo wamezembea ndani ya kazi, ni kwa nini serikali haijachukua hatua ya kuweza kuwafurusha kutoka kwa hiyo kazi? Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Zani.
Asante. Kwanza ningependa kushukuru kwamba sasa katika Seneti tuna mpangilio wa orodha ambayo imeandikwa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Na nafikiri vile ambavyo tunaendelea na kanuni za kudumu za Seneti, pia tutaendelea kutumia Kiswahili zaidi katika tukizungumza katika Seneti. Kwa wakaaji wa Kilifi, kwanza ni kusema pole na kumshukuru Seneta Mwazayo kwa kuleta mambo haya, kwamba Seneti ijue kwamba katika eneo la Bamba mwanamke ambaye ni mfanyibiashara ambaye anafanya kazi yake wakati huo ambao pia biashara ni duni, ameng'ang'ana na amepigwa na bidhaa zake zimechukuliwa, mali yake imechukuliwa na haijarejeshwa kwake. Nafikiri hili ni jambo la kutatanisha sana sana sana, na nafikiri yale ya maombi ambayo Seneta Mwazayo ameyasema hapa yafaa kwamba yaangaliwe. Kwanza katika kituo cha polisi ambacho kiko Bamba, mambo kama hayo yaweza kuendelea vipi, na kwamba mtu yoyote asiseme chochote, wale polisi wasiulizwe jambo lolote, wawe wameendelea kwamba katika kufanya hivi wamefanya kauli watakavyo kufanya na wameendelea na kuondoka pale. Kwa hivyo kamati ya usalama wa taifa, ulinzi na mahusiano ya kimataifa lazima iangalie jambo hili. Kama ni watu ambao saa nyingine pengine hata ni ukoro umefanywa pengine, kwa sababu ukichukua bidhaa ya mwenzako alafu humregeshei, tuuliza swali, hiyo bidhaa imeenda wapi, umepeleka wapi? Kwa sababu inapaswa iwekwe mahali, alafu pengine itakuja baadaye kwamba utapatiwa ile bidhaa yako. Kwa hivyo nataka kumalizia kusema hili ni jambo ambalo haswa katika kaunti ya Kilifi, na nashukuru kwamba Seneta Mwazayo amelileta hapa liangaliwe, na nina hakika huyu mama Kadzo Karisa Kalu si yeye peke yake, pengine pia kuna wengine ambao pia wamepata shida kama hizi. Kwa hivyo hizi shida ziangaliwe kwa urefu na mapana, kwamba mambo kama haya siregelewe holela hapa na pale wakati wowote ambavyo watu wengine wanataka ama wanavyopenda ifanyike. Asante.
Senator Makori, unataka kuendeleza Kiswahili ama?
Asante Bwana Spika. Napenda kuunga mkono
Seneta Mazayo kwa kuleta taarifa hii katika hili jumba. Kwa hakika ni aibu sana kuona askari wakimpiga mama hivi hivi. Hiyo ni aibu kubwa zaidi kwa sababu akina mama wanafaa waheshimike. Hakuna mama ambaye anatarajiwa apigwe na polisi. Na ni tabia mbaya sana kuona askari pia wanaomba hongo kwenye raia. Hiyo ni tabia mbaya sana na inafaa wafunzwe adabu, sheria ichukuliwe, na ninashukuru ninakaa katika hicho kamati ya usalama wa taifa. Kwa kweli tutachangia vilivyo na tutahakikisha kuwa Mama Karisa amepata haki yake. Asante Bwana Spika.
Unastahili kupongezwa. Umejaribu sana. Senator Farihia, wa mwisho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies, I can't continue with Kiswahili, although I would like to try. But I just want to congratulate Senator Fokilifi for bringing to the attention of this House the plight of that mother. Mr. Speaker, during this COVID time, it is hard enough that people can even earn livelihoods. And with that kind of struggle, somebody's life is being made difficult. These are people who are just looking after their livelihood, maybe the welfare of their children, and all they want is to put, food on their table. And Mr. Speaker, somebody who is being paid by the government, who is on government payroll, is really, harassing the citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. And maybe there's a bit, Senator also, deliberated on the issue of policemen not being transferred for too long. Maybe there's complacency that is setting in, that there's too much familiarity. We need to find out why that is happening in Ganze, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we need justice for the mother must be achieved through our committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next statement is from Senator Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations in regarding to the death of Ms. Jacqueline Mugure, who was killed by a stray bullet from a police officer. In the statement, the committee should, one, state the circumstances leading to the death of Ms. Jacqueline Mugure, who was shot and killed at the ODC stage in Nairobi by a bullet from a police officer attached to Kamkunji police station. Two, spell out the immediate disciplinary measures taken against the police officer responsible for fatal shooting of Ms. Mugure. Three, find out whether the police service has a register for cases of reckless handling of arms by the police, and how many of such cases have been conclusively dealt with and the culprits punished. Four, explain the action taken by the relevant authorities to ensure the family of the deceased get justice expeditiously. And lastly, five, state the safeguard that have been put in place against such cases of reckless handling of arms by the police. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nyamunga Rose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity just to make a comment on this statement. First of all, Madam Speaker, this is a very common occurrence that we see from time to time from our uniformed police officers. It's not the first time that this is happening. And secondly, we may not know the circumstances under which, because the statement reads that it was a stray bullet. So we may not know by now we may not know the circumstances. But it is important for us to get to the roots of this so that we understand why there was a stray bullet, under which circumstances, how did it happen? Because it's something that has happened even during politics. It's a very common occurrence. We know very well that our police officers do their best to protect lives. But much as they do that, at the same time, there's a lot of mistakes that have been made from time to time. So, Madam Speaker, it is good that, we get a proper punishment on the statement, and we come to a clear understanding of what may be happened, or what may have happened, and also bring to a conclusion such an unnecessary death of our citizens, when we should be trusting our policemen or the uniformed police officers. We should be trusting them, and anytime we see them around us, we should be having confidence in their presence, but not getting scared that anything can happen. So I want to support the statement by Senator Shionga and ask that the statement be committed to the right committee, and let us understand it's a very common occurrence. It is very unfortunate. Many people have lost life unnecessarily, bringing a lot of pain and to many families, because it happens all the time, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Matsayo Stewart Mwachiro.
Asante Bispika. Bispika, ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona maisha ya mama anayeitwa Jacqueline Migure ama kuumizwa na risasi ama kupata majeruhi ya kuweza kumfanya yeye katika maisha yake yote aishi na alama ya risasi. Bispika, mambo haya ya risasi kutolewa ama bastola kutolewa na askari mara moja, wale wanaitwa maaskari wenye furaha ya kupiga watu bunduki ama kupiga watu risasi, happy trigger policemen, ni kwamba hii inakuwa ni jambo la kutendeka kila siku. Bispika, utaona ya kwamba hivi majuzi, hata si mbali sana, bado tafakari zetu hazijakuwa zimetulia, kule sehemu za Isili, mama anaketi na watoto wake vizuri sana kwa sitting room, akiwa ameketi nao na ako sijui floor kama ya 3 ama ya 4 juu kabisa, lakini askari anayetembea huko barabarani huko chini anatoa bastola na kupiga juu, na labda bastola kuumiza ama kuua yule mtoto mdogo aliyekuwa anaenda skuli mwenye miaka sijui ni 6 ama 7, ambaye alikuwa anacheza na ndugu zake hapo katika balcony. Bispika, jambo kama hili limetendeka tena sasa kwa upande wa mama Jacqueline Migure. Tunasema hii ni tabia ya kuzembea kazi ya maaskari wetu, na sasa imefika wakati ya kwamba wizara ambayo inahusika ya Matiang'i, ambayo iko pamoja na polisi, inaangalia mambo ya uhusikaji wa polisi na vile wanaweka hizo bunduki zao. Ingekuwa vyema kama mtu hajaelewa kutumia bastola, asipewe bastola ya kwenda nao kwa wananchi na kuwaumiza badala ya kuwalinda hao wananchi. Bispika, jambo kama hili pia linatokea sana katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Kila siku katika Kilifi hatutakosa either vijana, hatutakosa either wazee ama watu wanafukuzwa na polisi. Ikifika usiku, watu wanashika roho zao ndani ya mikono, hawawezi kutembea bila kuwa free. Na hii Kenya ni nchi yetu. Tunasema tu ya kwamba, Bispika, wakati umefika sasa, hususan kama huyu mama Jacqueline Migure, uchunguzi wa kutosha ufanywe, na askari aliyeweza kupiga risasi huyu mama na kumuumiza, kumjeruhi, kumuua, ichukuliwe hatua kali zaidi. Asante Bispika.
Thank you, Senator Makori Beatrice Kwamboka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me thank Senator Naomi Shionga for coming up with this statement. Madam Speaker, it is very sad that a police officer can just shoot a woman. This woman I'm sure she was unarmed. It is very sad that the officers go for training, they come back, they join the forces. After that, you'll find the officers, the time they joined the office, they were slim. But after 3 months, they've added weight that they can't even run. I think it is a high time that the ministry should rethink about that. At least these officers should be going back for training, even if it is after 6 months. They be reminded on how to take care of the citizens. It is very sad because we've lost many lives because of those bullets. And the statement that we always hear is it was by bad luck. It is so wrong to lose such a life, and life is very important. Madam Speaker, I thank Senator Naomi for coming up with that statement, and justice should be done to Mrs. Jacqueline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement is by the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherarkey. He is not in the room, so we defer statement number 5 and number 6. The next statement number 7 is by Senator Dr. Isaac Mwaura. I don't see him either, so I will defer statements number 7 and number 8. With that, I would like to ask the chair of budget if he's ready to table the budget policy statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is not in Kiswahili. I don't know why, and I'm good in Kiswahili. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 24th February 2021. The report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2021 Budget Policy Statement and medium-term debt management strategy.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, I would like to use my discretion to go back to Order 6 to enable you give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice to the following motion. That pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 187 of the Senate, this House adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2021 Budget Policy Statement and medium-term debt management strategy, laid on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 24th February 2021.
What's your point of order, Senator Mutula?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Speaker issued a directive yesterday that in view of the very important business tabled by our good chairman, Senator Kibiru, that committees should not travel, people should not travel, but I have the impression that senators are traveling. Madam Speaker, would I be in order to propose that the directive of the Speaker in the form of the communication be circulated to our platform? It's important because I think there's going to be a violation and tomorrow we might have a problem which we cannot solve. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Well noted. So we will be able to relook at that. Senator of Kirinyaga, you have a...
Yes, Madam Speaker. A point of order. Probably the whip would have requested that tomorrow we allow the both methods of voting, if we are voting or we are communicating, so that for those who will not be in, can also vote through the Zoom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, that's good addition. So we have noted that. So I order that the same communication that was done yesterday to be circulated so that all members get to know that there is no traveling until we finish our votes tomorrow. I can see another point of intervention, Motula. Junior.
In addition, that you make another further polite order that the directorate set up a Zoom platform to enable those who might have traveled, like Senator Mombasa, who was attending a trade fair and was there by chance, votes from Mombasa. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that one, Senator, is administrative because we are still in the season when we are using both systems. So that is well noted, but it is administrative. We'll be able to employ everything possible to make sure that our votes take place tomorrow. Honorable Senators, next order.
Order number 8, the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2020, second reading, division.
Honorable Senators, order number 8 is deferred to tomorrow for division. Order number 9 is deferred to tomorrow for division also. So both orders are under the same cluster of vote to be voted tomorrow. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, adoption of the report of the Mediation Committee on the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018.
Thank you, Senators. The motion had just been moved, had not actually been, the moving had not been completed. The mover only used 8 minutes, and he has an entitlement of 1 hour. So you're still entitled to 52 minutes, but I'm sure you'll use your discretion to allow the members to share more. So, Senator Chairperson of the Mediation Committee, Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll proceed from where I'd reached yesterday. Madam Speaker, as I was reporting to the House yesterday, we resolved all the issues that were referred to mediation. So these are just my notes to the House to enable the House make an informed voting. Madam Speaker, on clause number 28 of the bill, there was a proposal, Madam Speaker, that clause 28 be deleted in subclause 4 and be substituted with the following new subclause. In clause 28.4, to read, notwithstanding the generality of subsection 2, the role of the sponsor under subsection 1 shall be A, participate and make proposals for the review of syllabus, curriculum, books, and other teaching aids. Madam Speaker, clause B, to read, to offer financial, infrastructural, and spiritual support to the Education Committee. Madam Speaker, what was in contention was the use of the word recommendation instead of the word proposal, and then the inclusion of the word spiritual support. Madam Speaker, having deliberated, the Mediation Committee concurred that using the word recommendation is similar with the word proposal for the review of the curriculum, books, and other teaching aids, and therefore that does not conflict with the mandate of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Second, Madam Speaker, the definition of the word sponsor as contained in the bill relates to the meaning of sponsor as contained in the Basic Education Act that is Act number 14 of 2013, hence the need to include the word spiritual support as part of the role of the sponsor. Madam Speaker, this was fairly contentious because we thought that including the word spiritual support may conflict with the faiths of students. However, having deliberated, the mediation committee resolved to retain clause 4A as proposed by the Senate and adopt the National Assembly's amendments in 4B and therefore include the word spiritual support. Madam Speaker, this was a give and take situation by the mediation committee, and all the members were magnanimous that we take position A as proposed by the Senate and position B as proposed by the National Assembly. In clause 13, Madam Speaker, the Senate's bill had included a provision on the membership and functions of the Parents Teachers Association, which the National Assembly proposed it be deleted altogether. Madam Speaker, the Mediation Committee resolved, after long deliberations, to retain clause 33 as proposed by the Senate. The justification being that the role and functions of Parents Teachers Association and the Board of Management are distinct. Madam Speaker, it was also the position of the Mediation Committee members that there are some ECD centers that are standalone and which are not domiciled under any primary school. Therefore, the role of PTA at an ECD center is specifically to address the unique and the dynamic needs of ECD learners. Madam Speaker, this one, I'm sure senators must have seen that there are some ECDs that are not domiciled in primary schools. Therefore, you cannot say that a PTA of a primary school can necessarily serve the needs of an ECD. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the committee further noted that the provisions of Section 55, subsection 2 and subsection 3 of the Basic Education Act, which is Act number 14 of 2013, provide that every school shall have a parents association, and further that private school shall establish a parents teachers association. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the proposal that was contained in the version of the bill as proposed by the Senate was retained by the Mediation Committee. On clause 36, Madam Speaker, there was a proposal that paragraph 36A be deleted together with paragraph C of clause 36 of the bill. Madam Speaker, in this particular clause, the Senate bill had sought to enhance the qualifications of the ECD teachers. Madam Speaker, if you may recall, there is a team that had traveled to Germany, and when they came back, they reported to the Education Committee that qualifications of ECD teachers in Europe, in some countries, you actually require a degree to be a teacher in an ECD center. Madam Speaker, after deliberations, the Mediation Committee resolved to adopt the position as proposed by the National Assembly, which is to give the idea of putting in place standards of qualifications for ECD teachers in the realm of the Teachers Service Commission. Madam Speaker, this was informed by the fact that under Article 237, sub-Article 2A of the Constitution, it is the mandate of TSC to register trained teachers, and further, Article 237, sub-Article 3A gives the sole mandate to the Teacher Service Commission to review the standards of education and the training of persons entering the teaching service, which, by implication, Madam Speaker, it was the view of the Mediation Committee that that includes the ECD teachers. So in line with the provisions of the Constitution, it was agreed by the Mediation Committee that that role should be left in the hands of the Teachers Service Commission. Any other different position, Madam Speaker, would have been unconstitutional. Further, Madam Speaker, the amendment was seeking to avoid duplication of the provisions of the TSC Act on the mandate of the Teacher Service Commission, specifically on the issue of registration of teachers. Madam Speaker, the prevailing position is that TSC requires any ECD teacher currently to have a qualification of a diploma in early childhood education before being registered. It was the view of the committee, Madam Speaker, that for now, that requirement of a diploma for an ECD teacher would suffice. Madam Speaker, on clause 37 of the bill, there was a proposal that that clause be amended by inserting new subclause immediately after subclause 3, so that clause 37 was to have another clause being 37 subclause 3. Madam Speaker, that clause was to read that in the performance of the functions under these sections, the County Education Board shall establish a County Early Childhood Education Committee as a committee of the County Education Board to oversee the implementation of early childhood education in each county. Madam Speaker, we deliberated at length on this particular provision vis-a-vis the provisions of the Basic Education Act. Madam Speaker, the Mediation Committee resolved to retain clause 37 as proposed by the Senate without incorporating the new clause as proposed by the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the justification behind this decision by the Mediation Committee is that already in each county there is established a county education board which has been given a mandate to create committees to deal with the implementation of early childhood education in each county. So, Madam Speaker, it was the view of the Mediation Committee that that new subclause 3 would have been superfluous in view of the prevailing legal position that is in place. Further, Madam Speaker, under subclause 2, as contained in the bill, there is provision for consultation between the County Executive Committee member and the County Education Board in determination of early childhood education resource and infrastructure requirement within the county. So, Madam Speaker, there was no, in the view of the Mediation Committee, there was really no justification on why clause sub 3 should be included as a new subclause in clause 37. Madam Speaker, on clause 44 of the bill, there was a proposal that the same be deleted and be substituted with the new clause, which should have read that a private education center shall comply with and follow the curriculum approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Madam Speaker, if I may give a background, the Senate bill had provided that the education administered in a private education center shall be of a suitable standard. After deliberations, Madam Speaker, the Mediation Committee resolved to adopt the proposal by the National Assembly because it was the view of the Mediation Committee that the amendment merely seeks to have certainty in regard to the standard of education that will be offered by any private education center. Another justification, Madam Speaker, is that the amendment aligns the bill to the provisions of on standards of education of a private basic education institution as contained in the current Basic Education Act of 2013, which in a nutshell provides that a private institution shall comply with and follow the curriculum approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. So on this one, Madam Speaker, the Mediation Committee agreed with the amendments as proposed by the National Assembly. On clause 68, Madam Speaker, clause 68 of the bill, there was a proposal that it be amended in subclause 3, A, by inserting a new paragraph C in clause 68. And here, what was being added is the word 1 immediately after the expression registration certificate off. So it was just a matter of correcting some, grammar, drafting grammar on the bill. And then number two, there was a proposal that clause H of the bill be deleted. Madam Speaker, the Mediation Committee, after the deliberations, resolved to once more adopt the position of the National Assembly in paragraph C, because as I've said, Madam Speaker, this was merely to correct some grammatical error. And we also agreed that H be deleted because it was proposing to give the Cabinet Secretary powers to regulate ECDs in line with Article 237(3) of the Constitution, which, Madam Speaker, is the function of the Teacher Service Commission. So if we had allowed H to remain, the Cabinet Secretary would have taken powers that under the Constitution are the preserve of the Teachers Service Commission. So again, Madam Speaker, here the Mediation Committee was merely respecting the mandate of the Teacher Service Commission as provided in Article 237(3) of the Constitution. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that for the first time, or in one of those very rare occasions, the mediation process went on seamlessly. We were able to develop a give and take position, both from the National Assembly and from the Senate, and the members of the Mediation Committee can confirm. I think Agnes Zani is in the house. Yes, she can confirm, Madam Speaker, that on this one, maybe it's because it was being chaired by senior counsel, there was no shouting matches. Madam Speaker, it was a process that was very honorable, very respectful, and at the end of the day, we shook hands, had a cup of tea, and I hope, Madam Speaker, if the BBI proposal arrives in the House and we are to do a joint sitting, I hope that this spirit can continue. Madam Speaker, having received a very good judgment from the High Court that really affirms the legislative mandate of this House, it's good to see that bills that are referred to mediation can have input from both houses, and then we come back to the House with a version that is agreed by both houses. And I really hope that this should bring to an end the fights that have always been there between National Assembly and the Senate. You know, Madam Speaker, we get elected by votes that in oftentimes could be 3 times what a member of National Assembly receives. So we also enjoy direct mandate from the people we represent. We are not here by accident. We are here because the Constitution recognizes that there is a house called the Senate, and our brothers in the National Assembly should accept that we should have an harmonious coexistence of the two houses. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it's now my pleasant duty on behalf of the Mediation Committee and pursuant to Standing Order 16111 of the Senate Standing Orders to present the report of the Mediation Committee on its consideration of the Early Childhood Education Bill 2018. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and invite Senator Dr. Agnes Zani to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator, and we congratulate you.
we could now think about when we come to the regulations and the implementation, so that we don't have the particular aspect of appropriator or a sponsor having excessive power. But when it was also into the child. So this was debated, but we went with what we had in the Act. Clause 33 was another one. Here, the implication and from the National Assembly that said that the teachers, the Parents Teachers Association should not be a critical part of the process. They were saying, let us just stick with the Board of Management. We said no. It is very important these institutions have been well entrenched, and the Parents Teachers Association must have a say within ECD centers. And we finally resolved, and the Senate position was upheld. Then we had clause 36, just in summary, because Senator Mugeni had gone through this, where we had, for example, the role and responsibility of the Teacher Service Commission. It meant just deleting a particular clause because that role had already been allocated. So National Assembly had suggested that the role of the Teachers Service Commission and the requirements for qualification have already been put as a separate part of the Act. And therefore, reputting it again as A and B of defining those same qualifications would be problematic. And therefore, we went with that position from the National Assembly. At clause 37, the Senate was upheld in the discussion that it had and in the amendment that they had in terms of the functions and establishing a county childhood education as a committee for the Education Board. So the role of the Education Board, again in the County Education Board, that the Senate felt was important, was again upheld. Then we had clause 44, which I will not go into detail because I've just given the gist through the clauses that I have gone through of the issues that were coming from to and fro. But what we realized in the mediation committee generally is that we didn't differ ideologically, we didn't differ, you know, in terms of infrastructural setup, we differed in terms of sometimes the language that Senate was using versus the language, for example, that National Assembly was using, and the technicality of the Basic Act and what we were trying to do. This bill, the education, the ECD bill, Early Childhood Development and Education, is one of the bills that will help to streamline the sector, especially in the counties. Because this bill gives the provision for everything that an ECD center should have, how the registration should be done, how the employment should be done, what sort of qualifications do the teachers have, under what provisions can, for example, be teachers get disciplined, the sort of classroom, the details to the measurement of the classroom, the best model classroom that will be there, the role of the PTA, the role of the parents, and more recently as a committee, advocating for feeding programs within these particular centers. Because, Madam Speaker, our children do matter. And this was one of the bills that really sought to ensure that all these issues were addressed appropriately. We ended up, Madam Speaker, with a lot of joy in a version of the bill that is acceptable to both the National Assembly and to the Senate. We beg for the progression of this bill early enough before this term ends and possibility of it being an act. In many of the schools and in the centers already, aspects of what we've discussed is being practiced, but they don't have the legislative framework to be able to do so. That legislative framework has taken the Senate nearly 4 years in the last Senate and 2 years, a total of about 6 years. So it's been a lot of work, but it's been very, very fulfilling. So I want to say, I want to use a Kiswahili word, Madam Speaker, hoye to ECDE, hoye to the Education Committee. Senator Milgo, congratulations for taking us this far. Senator Mugeni, congratulations. I was a member of this committee, as others were, and together, I think we'll change the landscape for our children under ECD. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I second again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And congratulations to the Mediation Committee again. Honorable Senators, I would now like to propose the motion that this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the consideration of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 18th February 2021, and pursuant to Articles 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 1613 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the bill. Senator Locorio Petronila Were.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion by the Mediation Committee on the Early Childhood Education Bill, which was a Senate bill. Madam Speaker, this early childhood education, a law on early childhood education or early childhood development and education is long overdue. For a long time, Madam Speaker, especially after we have devolved, the teachers of ECD have been groping in the dark without proper guidance. The Basic Education Act seemed mostly to focus on the primary school going forward, standard 1 to standard 8, but left out the earlier classes, the pre-primary, the nursery, and the baby classes. For a long time, Madam Speaker, also, early childhood education was mainly left to churches, such that even the teacher who was teaching these lower classes in the schools as part of the primary school was usually a Sunday school teacher. So if the school is sponsored by the Anglican Church, it is the local Anglican Sunday school teacher who will be the nursery school teacher as well. And Madam Speaker, this bill has clarified even the room or the classroom that these children are supposed to learn from. Initially, most of these ECD classes were under trees, and it was as if it was by law that all ECD classes are under a tree, and they didn't have writing materials here. We are defined for what learning materials and learning outcomes are expected from an ECD teacher and from an ECD class. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill. It has taken long. We have been informed it has taken 6 years. It has had to go through mediation for it to reach here, but better late than never. I want to thank the members of this mediation committee led by Senior Counsel Omogeni, and they have told us that it was one of the smoothest sailing mediation sessions, maybe because it was led by Senior Counsel, and Madam Speaker, maybe all mediation committees should be led by senior counsels. Maybe we'll achieve. It's also important to note that the senior counsel, who is the chair, was also the one who won the case for the Senate when we had an issue with our relationship with the National Assembly. So this was also a feather in his cap that they have steered this committee properly and come out with a law that is long overdue, that's going to help our children. Earlier on, we were talking about mother tongue and its importance in the development of the child, especially in the earlier classes. Maybe what we need to have included is the issue of mother tongue at these lower classes, that it should be something that should be taught in at that level, when the child's mind is receptive enough and more open with less attitudes. This bill, Madam Speaker, also has aligned itself with TSC regulations, because these ECD teachers are going to be diploma teachers that are registered with TSC. It has also aligned itself with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, so that the curriculum being taught to our children in ECD classes is regulated. It is recognized, so that a teacher doesn't just come up and say, today we are going to do ABC up to Z. And tomorrow we can now start from Z to A. And today we are going to do 1 to 10. But it has listed areas, not just the academic learning or the rote learning of our students, but it has also focused more on the skills development, especially life skills, and life skills that these children will need to cope with the world as they move on to upper classes. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Thank you, Senator. The next will be Senator Ongeri. I see has stepped out. Senator Haji Faria Ali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Mediation Committee for doing an amazing job, because you know this now takes the bill to the next level and it's going to be assented. So I am very happy. There are very, very few bills from Senate that end up in National Assembly that proceed to the next level. So for me, this is a very big win for Senate. And I wish also to join my colleague in congratulating the Senior Counsel and the members of his committee for doing a brilliant job. If you have a professor there, a Senior Counsel, things can't go wrong, Madam Speaker. That is why we need people who are competent in what they do, who can actually deliver. And also the chair of education is also a seasoned educationist. So I think it had the right people in place. And then, Madam Speaker, you know, the fact that bills and mediations are concluded just shows the change in leadership has worked in favor of Senate in terms of the relationship between National Assembly and Senate, given the new leadership, has really improved. So that means that at least there is goodwill from both sides to ensure that bills move to the next level. And that people can differ on principles, the way Senator Zani has so put it ably, that we can differ on principles, but we don't need to differ completely. We can still have a headway in terms of ensuring that the right results come to fore. And then, Madam Speaker, I think also this bill will, as this bill is assented, I think now ECD education will be prioritized by the counties, because this bill now brings uniformity across counties in terms of what needs to be done, as opposed to how it is now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is also another issue that came to our Committee of Finance, in that the early childhood education is not properly funded by counties, Madam Speaker. And I think that is tragic, because the foundation is the beginning of everything. How that child progresses in life, how that, you know, how the brain of the child develops, all that depends on how their basics started, Madam Speaker. And because of that, Madam Speaker, I urge our governors to be more serious with early childhood education, and they should allocate more funding to early childhood development, Madam Speaker. More so, now that we are hoping that BBI will pass, and that there'll be 35% more to the counties, I think they should take advantage of that additional funding to ensure that early childhood education is funded as that is commensurate to its requirement and its importance, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, because now, because of the bill harmonizing, you know, throughout counties, because now there is a bill and there is a basis for all the decisions that the governors need to make, Madam Speaker, I think this is the right step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, I think now this committee has showed us that if you provide leadership, if you do give and take, and things can move, then I mean the work of the Senate will move to the next level, because there is a lot of wisdom in this house, Madam Speaker, truth be told, where the most senior counsels are in this house, the most professors are also in this house, you name it. I mean, it's a house with a small, very few people, but with a lot of knowledge and wisdom, Madam Speaker. The other issue that I wanted to speak about is that that Senate now, we know, given this kind of bills that are going through, that if we continue with this process, devolution will go to the next level, Madam Speaker, and it can never be the same. And then there is also a lot of bills that were returned the other time because of the court ruling, which was led by our able senior counsel, that we make sure that we prioritize those bills so that we don't have senators who have brought 4 or 5 bills to this house and none of it passes, and then in the end it's like you have done nothing to show off for your work of 5 years in this house, Madam Speaker. So I think as a house, we need to prioritize bills so that we are able to make a difference, to support devolution, given that there is even more money. There is a lot now that needs to be done in counties so that they can make difference to the people who are belonging to those counties, who really wanted devolution, who passed the Constitution of 22 overwhelmingly, and who have benefited immensely from that process. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, let me put it on record that you, Madam Speaker, and myself were in this Committee of Education, and we were able to shepherd through this bill, and we saw it as an important bill because at the establishment of the 4th schedule of the county governments, the early childhood education was totally neglected under the Basic Education Act. And I speak with knowledge because I was then the Minister for Education. I knew what was happening at that time. It was just an ad hoc business. And therefore, it was important, and I thank the Mediation Committee led by Senior Counsel and the committee now, which is present here, that they have been able to went through various basic threads of the law that was incongruent with the other basic law of education that was in place. And sometimes some of the clauses were totally irrelevant and unapplicable to the early childhood education model. And therefore, what this bill and this mediation has done is to be able to put in order the procedure for registration of early childhood education center. It's important that you don't operate systems that have no regulations, that have no legal framework. And therefore, that mediation has been a very important piece of legislation and mediation to help us to be able to order, to put to order the early childhood education, because for me, that's the foundational center for our education. Without proper early childhood education, even the CBC, competence-based curriculum, will not be able to take off very effectively. And therefore, this is a very important piece of legislation, and therefore this mediation was important so that you could iron out some of these areas in respect to registration and also in respect to establishment of operations and boards of management. Now, when we were seated there, we did not know how to fit in whether you should have a separate body for a board of education at the county level, or they should be merged together with the other county education board which is in existence. And I'm glad that you have found a mediation that marries the two centers, saying there should be a mediation committee which is recognized at the county level within the county education board. To me, that's fundamental, and therefore it creates, eliminates points of friction and sources of friction in terms of governance structures of educational system at the county education board level. So I'm happy that this has been taken into account. Now, one area I think all of us must be alive to it and must accept it, that the ECD have been largely been run by the church-based organizations. Very little to be seen in the public domain, in the public schools. They didn't even have time for those ECDs. And even when the county governments built some of the ECDs, one of the things I've noted sitting at the Public Accounts Committee is that unfortunately the primary sector takes over the buildings and the facilities from the early childhood centers, and they use them when they were expanding the primary education enrollment numbers, and when they came in with this 100% transition. And therefore, that created a lot of difficulties and problems because they wanted extra space to bring in more children to school who are already at the primary entry level, know that the ECD, the P1 and P2, pre-primary 1 and pre-primary 2. And therefore, I think it's good that this mediation has brought some form of order. Why do I say so? That these centers have a specification. The environment must be right. The height of the desk must be right. The kind of graphics within the room must be right. And I think these are the features that you cannot run away from because the nature of the early childhood education is such that they need that kind of environment to be conducive to proper learning. And without that kind of environment, you can hardly have a conducive learning. You can hardly expect these children to pick up anything useful from that kind of setting. Otherwise, children, the way I know them, and the way I know them as a specialist, that their attention span is very short. They will just shift from one point of element to another, and therefore, at the end of the day, they will just be a rolling moss that gathers nothing. And therefore, I think what you have now done through this mediation is to bring some order, some level of how the system should flow. And obviously, at the center of this is the question of curriculum. Now, I've always believed, and I continue believing, that the curriculum must be a centered system because you cannot allow people to set up their curriculum because you don't know, you cannot control the type of materials that are being taught in any of these institutions, whether it's a private institution or a public institution. And therefore, I think that mediation that you have carried out to bring about what I call order and sense into the kind of curriculum that must be taught at the P1 and P2 level, and also at the primary sector, the basic education as it were, and all the way to the secondary education and transition to the universities and vocational and technical training centers. That's why the current CBC curriculum fits in, and the basic foundation must be obviously early childhood education, ECD, early childhood education, development education. Very important indeed. And therefore, the curriculum must be run and centered by KICD, because then they can be able to know what the policy at the national level is, what the policy of education at the county level is, and they are able to match in those interests and be able to bring out a curriculum which is composed, a curriculum that is solid, a curriculum that will deliver the interests of the country, and particularly in the educational sector. Therefore, I am happy that that curriculum has been left to be at the centerpiece, the center stage of KICD, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. And we have very fine minds there, very good people who have been properly trained to be able to carry out the curriculum properly. And I think you rightly said that, and that was the correct thing to do. One of the things I had noticed, even when I was the Minister for Education, was there was an establishment and mushrooming of the ECD teacher training colleges. You didn't know what were their specifications. They didn't have any order on the type of people who are being employed there, their qualification framework. And I'm glad one of the negotiations you have carried out is that let the Teacher Service Commission be the center stage for ensuring that the qualification framework is in place, and they are the ones who can run and be able to supervise the qualification framework so that this thing is carried out. Now, obviously, there's a transition from this kind, the existing system to the next level. And I don't know how you've made provisions for that transition from the current, what I call a mixed up bag of events. How does the law treat this? And I think maybe I've not had the opportunity to just sample the final legal setting that you have put in place. But I think it's an important thing that we pay attention to the transitional elements, provisions relating to the existing education centers and of course the early investments. In any system that is set up, and I'm happy that you must put what we call quality assurance, because you can run a system, you can create structures, you can create policy guidelines, but under those quality guidelines, there must be a policy framework or quality assurance that what you have set as a standard is actually achievable. And if it's not achievable, why it's not achievable, and why you must move to the next level to be able to achieve it. And I think you have already negotiated and you have said, yes, in as far as the quality assurance is applicable to the basic education level, and there are already structures in place, very robust structures which are being put, we must also be able to mirror back to the early childhood education and set up these quality standards. And I'm glad that these elements have been captured in the other things. Now, the only issue I have is that these regulations have been left with the national government. And I think there should be consultations with the county governments. And I think this element, I don't know, Senator Kongo Mogeni, how you treated this when the regulations are going to be established by the National Education Secretary, whoever is the cabinet secretary or cabinet minister, depending upon which constitution you're applying. Would that be in consultation with the county governments? And I think there should be a provision so that, because the early childhood element is purely a county affair. And normally when the regulations are being run, being created, the ministry has the tendency of just ignoring that there is a segment which they are not running. And therefore that segment in that national regulations which are being set, I think there must be a clear input, either through the Council of Governors, through the Education Committee, or some format of some level. And I think that will be maybe for future amendments of the Act. The first thing that I think we should do now is to shepherd this Act through, so that it can come as an amendment to one of the first amendments to the Act, so that you cater for that transition. Otherwise, I think this is a wonderful job which has been done, and I'm glad that it's already on the table, and we're just about, if you can put it to division tomorrow, Madam Speaker, I think we'll be too happy to pass this so that we can get on with this, because it has taken too long. And congratulations for the team, the mediation team, and the committees that have served both from 2013, 2017, and 17 up to now. And I say, Madam Speaker, you are the Vice Chair, and I was a member, and I think we enjoyed in that committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for sure. We enjoyed this Education Committee. Senator Enima Ketrut Musuruve was also a member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support adoption of this bill that has come before the floor of the House. I want to thank Senator Omogeni's team for doing the mediation work. But Honorable Speaker, it must be on record that the issue of early childhood started, in fact, even when we joined Parliament and the Senate, and we started forming the committees. And I want to commend you, because I remember very well you being the Vice Chair of Senate Education Committee, and the leadership of Senator Dr. Lagat, you initiated this process, and you are very aggressive on it. And I remember very well, we met severally, and we did not tire. So the entire committee did a commendable job. And when you left the committee, Senator Dr. Milgo took over the baton, and she actually pursued the entire committee to actually give support, intellectual and even moral support to this bill. And we gave a lot of input as a committee. And I'm happy that when it went to the National Assembly and there were issues, the Mediation Committee and Senator Dr. Mogeni came in to solve these issues. And this is something very commendable. Honorable Speaker, we must commend all of us for the efforts we put into this bill because of the importance of early childhood education, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that as a nation, if we decide to invest in education and we miss out the step in early childhood, then we are not doing very well. Because investment in education must start all the way from early childhood. If we invest a lot in primary education, if we invest a lot in universities and colleges, and we skip early childhood, then we are not doing very well, because early childhood is the foundation to education. It is actually the cornerstone of education. And we cannot really claim to be doing very well if we have forgotten this. Honorable Speaker, I remember in a committee under the leadership of Senator Dr. Milgo, and thank you very much, Chair, for that. We were able to invite a number of governors to our committee to come and speak on issues of early childhood education. And it was very, very clear, Honorable Speaker, that there was no uniformity with regard to early childhood education. There are some counties that had feeding programs. There are those that had no clear idea. There are some counties that had put aside mechanisms of ensuring that children with disabilities are actually included in education. There are those who had no clear idea, and there are those who are now planning to do that. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this bill is, this mediation process is good because, there's going to be a standard way of looking at things when it comes to ECD. There's going to be a standard way of ensuring that there's feeding program in all schools, and it ought to be something that is mandatory, Honorable Speaker. And even when we spoke to county executives, I remember also when it came to teachers, some of them were being paid even a salary of house girls. It was a sorrow state. There's some who are being paid 10,000, there's some who are being paid 14,000, and there's some who have not even been paid for quite a number of years. And it is very painful, Honorable Speaker, because the first encounter a child gets when she or he gets out of the parent's house is the school. And the first encounter of school is early childhood. So the environment needs to be a good transition from a parent's home to the world of schooling. And so the world of schooling ought to be friendly. The world of schooling ought to be giving an environment that will help for holistic development of children, Honorable Speaker. When we are talking of holistic development of children, Honorable Speaker, we are looking at cognitive development of children. From the house environment, children are already being taught by their parents, their significant others, and those siblings that they encounter with. And so when the child goes to ECD, this should continue so that the child is able to develop cognitively. And apart from cognitive development, Honorable Speaker, there is also intellectual development. It starts from the house unawares when children are being taught by their parents this and that, and then it is enhanced in the school. When it comes to also physical, physical development, it starts from the home when even parents walk their children to the shop, when even parents play with their children, running with them around in the compound, and it is supposed to be enhanced when children go to early childhood. So it is just well-meaning that the environment should be an environment that is enabling children to develop holistically, the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that this bill has been mediated on because there's going to be a standard way of registering early childhood centers, Honorable Speaker. Because there are some early childhood centers that mushroom just anywhere. There are those that can even mushroom even on top of an eatery. There are those who can mushroom even just in an estate. But Honorable Speaker, with mediation of this bill, I'm sure that even before registering, then the registering officers will ensure that they go to the ground and see whether the premise is conducive enough for early childhood or not, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill, this mediation brings in, equality, uniformity in early childhood, and this uniformity should be taken seriously, Honorable Speaker, so that what is happening in Makueni should also happen in Homa Bay, should also happen in Kitui, should also happen in Baringo, and so on and so forth in the 47 counties, Honorable Speaker. This is the kind of standardization we want. This is the kind of equality we want, Honorable Speaker, because when children transition from the home, we have led them to the outside world, Honorable Speaker. And when we take them to the outside world, Honorable Speaker, our desire as parents, all parents' desire is that children will be molded so that eventually they become meaningful to the society and they give back to the society, Honorable Speaker. So the foundation in early childhood must just be right. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure with the mediation of this bill also, county governments are going to ensure that they allocate meaningful resources to early childhood, Honorable Speaker. Because, and even when you're talking of meaningful, it should be resources that are disaggregated, Honorable Speaker, so that if a county says that it has allocated 5 billion to early childhood, it should be specific and say that this amount of money will go to maybe to food. This amount of money, I mean, to feeding program. This amount of money will go to stationery. This amount of money will go also to children with disabilities, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, even in the counties, it is a sort of state sometimes when you just do an impromptu visit and you go to the counties to see what exactly happens in early childhood. There's some early childhood, places that have just been abandoned completely. County executives are not even aware of them. And you look at children and you sympathize with them because these are children who want to mold so that eventually we give the baton to them. But if we don't do it right from an early time, then we are going to mess up, when it comes to the, the yonder years. So, Honorable Speaker, as we look at early childhood, we must look at it with an eye into the future, Honorable Speaker. And an eye to the future means that we have to confirm that we are not compromising early childhood in any way, Honorable Speaker. So I want to commend the Committee of Education, Senate, for really giving a good thought in this bill and enriching it. I want to commend also the Mediation Committee for even the works that they did, because when it becomes law, then it is going to serve everyone, Honorable Speaker. We are looking at our children as future leaders, Honorable Speaker. As time goes by, Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that we are giving the baton to the right people. And we can only do it right when we begin early enough, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I talked about celebrating the mother tongue language this morning, which is celebrated every 21st of February yearly. Honorable Speaker, it is just important that even at early childhood, children are taught mother tongue, mother language. And when you're talking of mother language, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about even the catchment language. In some areas, you'll find that it will be Kiswahili. For instance, for children who are in Nairobi, they would be taught Kiswahili. In the rural areas, they should be taught vernacular, Honorable Speaker. Because at an early age, that is when children build confidence. At an early age, that is when even early bloomers are able to be identified. And we see that these children are beyond, their teammates. At an early age, that is when we can also identify that children have disabilities. At an early age, that is when we can also identify that children have a language problem. And so when it is identified at an early age, it is possible to work on the language, Honorable Speaker. We have to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that we are doing it right, for our children, because we cannot skip early childhood and then we imagine that we'll put resources in, in primary school. Primary school can never make up for early childhood. Honorable Speaker, social linguists will say clearly that when it comes to early childhood, that is the time when children are easy to learn. That is the time even when children are easy to acquire language, Honorable Speaker. If, for instance, Honorable Speaker, a child is born here 3 months and taken to Japan, that child will be able to speak a language, a Japanese language, simply because they have the language, the mechanism, device of learning any language, Honorable Speaker. So we have to ensure that we mold our children cognitively, we mold our children socially, we mold our children intellectually, and they will be our pride, Honorable Speaker. So I want to support this report, Honorable Speaker, and I believe that if it can be fast-tracked to become law, it
is going to help all of us, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy about uniformity in curriculum, Honorable Speaker, so that there's also standardization in curriculum. And Honorable Speaker, when we have one body looking at the curriculum and vetting the curriculum and approving the curriculum so that it is taught across the board, Honorable Speaker, there is going to be also equality among children. And also, Honorable Speaker, I think the bill also speaks about, private ECDs. There's also a way they ought to be registered, and this is something that is good, because if there have been issues about registration of ECDs among private stakeholders, then this bill will be a solution, Honorable Speaker. So I want to commend all of us for the spirited effort we put into this bill to ensure that eventually it has come from the National Assembly and there's concurrence of this bill in both houses. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support this report. Thank you, Senator. Chair of the committee, Senator Milgo Alice Chepkorir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to support the adoption of the report of the Mediation Committee on the Early Childhood Education Bill. Madam Speaker, let me thank this committee led by Senior Counsel Senator Omogeni, a man of no mean standing, together with members of the National Assembly, and my able committee members, Dr. Sani, Mary Senator, Senator Falada, who also were members of this committee who managed to actually mediate and come up with this very important bill. Madam Speaker, I'm quite excited that out of this mediation, finally, this bill is going to go through, and I want to really congratulate them for this job. Well done. Madam Speaker, in addition to this, let me congratulate my predecessors, the former member of Parliament who started this bill, Honorable Karaba, who did not manage to bring it to conclusion, and then most recently, Senator Dr. Langat, who was deputized by the Deputy Speaker of this House, Professor Kamar. And of course, in that committee, there were great minds, just like now. Professor was there, of course, with a lot of input from having been a minister for education. I have my colleague, Senator Musuruve, Senator Sani, the first committee before the current one. And currently, my current committee members who are also very excited to ensure that this bill is brought to conclusion. I must say, Madam Speaker, that ECDE actually plays a very important role as a foundation of learning to our children. And in this case, it is important to get it right the first time. Madam Speaker, I think this morning, this afternoon, we even got a statement from Senator Musurube talking about our language, and this majorly affects even ECD centers, and of course, we learned that actually when things are started, when kids are at that very early age, they shall actually grasp issues in their later years. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy that this bill will go a long way to be aligned with the Education Act of 2013, that is Education Act 14 of 2013, so that issues ECD will in this case be streamlined. Madam Speaker, I think the 6 contentious issues, the way that the Mediation Committee agreed, I think I'm also in agreement, like looking at clause 28, that was actually speaking to issue sponsor. As a long person who has been in education for a long time, sponsor, Madam Speaker, plays a critical role, not only in terms of infrastructure, financing, and other management issues, but they also play a very important role in terms of feeding the soul, which goes a long way in enhancing discipline. And in addition to that one, when a child gets discipline, we also breed better ethical values out of these sponsors, Madam Speaker. So I am happy that the spiritual function was accepted to be part of this. And in addition to this, the one other section that was also very critical is under clause 36, that was talking about the teachers, the qualification of teachers. First of all, talking about the degree, but then I want to say, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that this teacher management was left to the Teacher Service Commission to actually ensure that there is standardization of the teachers right across the country and at all levels of education institutions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm sure because this function was left to the Teacher Service Commission, the Teacher Service Commission will be able to standardize the type of qualification that is applicable to ECD centers, and even in some marginalized areas where there are shortage of teachers, they'll be able to actually carry out affirmative action to ensure that no region is left behind without teachers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, issues surrounding the various clause 2, issues surrounding the management, right at the counties, where one house was imagined that there should be a board, a different board. I'm in agreement with actually having one board, but then to have a consultation with actually the county executive member who will actually be the link person to the ECD section, Madam Speaker, because in the county we have that committee that is charged with ensuring that ECD centers are well managed, and then of course they are run in line with the education matters. Madam Speaker, under clause 44, in terms of management and looking at both private as well as public ECD centers, I am happy also that these various centers are in this case left to be run, that is the various entities will be allowed to run independently, in the sense that private institutions plays a critical role, Madam Speaker, when it comes to 100% transition. I'm sure the government will not be able to provide all the facilities to ensure that all kids are brought on board. And when we have private ECD centers, this one here will ensure that no child is left behind, Madam Speaker. One very critical role here that private sector plays is to ensure that they put up ECD centers, and in most cases you'll realize, Madam Speaker, because these are investment enterprises, they are normally the best ECD centers, and therefore it is important that they are allowed to run those institutions. But then I love the fact that this bill will ensure that the curriculum that is in this case used in all these ECD centers come from KICD, so that we ensure standardization, and then we know that whether a child goes to private school, whether the child goes to public, all of them will in this case go through a similar curriculum, and come the future, they'll all be at the same level, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say this bill, the level where this bill has reached right now is coming at a time when my committee has actually been meeting and has interrogated up to 40 counties, Madam Speaker, in terms of ECD learning centers. And we were able to unearth very many issues right across those counties, issues of registration challenges, management, wash materials is a major challenge. We did realize that even the design of the classrooms is not in line with what the expectation as per the Ministry of Education Act, which is supposed to be designed to be applicable to very young kids, like designing even based on colors, the size of tables, even the play materials, and even the way, the orientation of that particular classroom, Madam Speaker, is what we did found that they were missing. But then this bill has gone a long way to actually ensure that there is now a legal framework that can be followed in terms of actually ensuring that they are standardized ECD centers. Madam Speaker, when we go to our final conference, I'm sure we shall invite you, Professor Ongeri and Senator Dr. Langat, having been the champions in the recent past of this bill. When we are going to speak to, we are bringing to a close what we found out at the course of interrogating ECD centers right across the country, and I hope you'll be you'll avail yourselves, because you'll have an input so that we are able to standardize what is going on in all ECD centers. Madam Speaker, this is actually a big plus, more specifically because, as I said, looking at ECD centers, I think the landscape is actually a very rugged one. Every individual, every county is doing their own way. We did find that there are counties that have gone far much ahead. Others are still behind. Others are very good in terms of teaching, in terms of learning. Others are very good in terms of teachers. Others are good in terms of infrastructure, but no, the learning facilities are not in place. Others are good in terms of wash materials, and then others are even very poor in everything. And in this case, I think this bill has come at the right time, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we shall solve this issue once and for all. And I am sure this bill will speak to the cap that the CPC has left in terms of leaving some kids behind. I think recently I had a motion that was speaking to the play group that actually the CPC curriculum left behind. And as Professor Ongeri said, I think that is why we keep on talking about amending the Constitution, amending even bills, amending acts. The reason why I keep on amending is to add to the most current issues, because education and the way curriculum now is that it is no longer, it's not stagnant, but it is all the time very dynamic, and we got to actually align that is our Constitution and the bills to be brought up to speed in terms of what is happening right now. Others, Madam Speaker, I want to say I'm very excited, more specifically because this bill has taken well over almost 7 years right now since it was first introduced in Parliament. And in this case, many stakeholders have been calling me in the recent past. And I want to say, when the Mediation Committee took up this challenge, it was during that COVID period when it was so much of a challenge. And I want to say they were able to brave this, because our first meeting was supposed to be physical. And at that time, they were not allowed to meet physically. We had to go around to actually seek for permission to allow this group to meet. And I'm sure our stakeholders that have been writing to me, they have been doing a lot of messages to me all the time. Once this bill passes, or rather, maybe from today, we'll be able to inform them that we are now in a step that is closer to bringing this bill to a conclusion. Otherwise, I want to say I'm very excited that this bill will come to conclusion. If it goes through and goes to be ascended, I'll stand up to be counted as having been chair education at this time, notwithstanding that this bill was started by my earlier predecessors. Madam Speaker, this bill is very important in education, because education actually spurs economy in our country. It provides skills, and those skills in this case that are critical in spurring economy cannot be developed better. Today I had a statement where I was talking about technical science, technical engineering, and mathematics even for girls. And we did realize that without such exposures, girls may not be able to achieve in that particular area, Madam Speaker. Much the same way when we look at this CTE that is speaking to issues, very young kids that are starting their foundation in education. We got to ensure that, as I said earlier, we actually align them to get the right kind of education, so that come the future, our country shall have the best kind of education. Madam Speaker, I thank, once again, let me thank this Mediation Committee for the job well done, and it is my prayer that this bill, if it can be even brought up to speed, so that, because I think we are still having very few bills, so that this can be brought up, maybe if not this week, it's next week, so that we bring it to a conclusion. we shall be very excited for this, and therefore, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Omogeni. And maybe before Senator Omogeni, okay, go ahead first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to reply. First, Madam Speaker, I want to thank wholeheartedly the speakers who have contributed to this motion, beginning with our current Vice Chair of the Committee of Education, Dr. Agnes Zani, Senators Petronira Were, Senator Faria Ali, Senator Professor Sam Ongeri, the current Chair of the Education Committee, Dr. Milgo, and our own Dr. Musuruve, who is very passionate on any business that is on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, we have listened very carefully the overwhelming support that this motion has received from senators, and we thank them. Madam Speaker, before I say anything, I think it will be in order if I began my remarks in reply by thanking the chair of the Education Committee then that midwifed this bill, Dr. Langat. I know he fell by the way because he didn't know how to handle handshake issues, but we really want to acknowledge his contribution when he was the chair of the Education Committee. And of course, Madam Chair, you also served as our vice chair, ably. I was a member of that committee, and we were privileged. I don't know whether there is any committee that was as privileged as the Education Committee to have you as vice chair, a former cabinet secretary in education, and also Senator Professor Sam Ongeri, also a former cabinet secretary. And I remember, Madam Speaker, that it was like we were dealing with working encyclopedia on education issues when it came to your contribution and that of Professor Sam Ongeri. It really enriched and made the work of that committee easier. And then we had very experienced senators. You know, it's with a heavy heart that I'm speaking here that Senator Haji is now the late. And you remember, Madam Speaker, that Senator Yusuf Haji brought a lot of wisdom and a lot of experience to the deliberations of the committee. Of course, we say that may God rest his soul in eternal peace, but that was a very wonderful team. I remember Senator Kinywa was a member, and of course our own Senator Musuruve. I think we really must thank as a House the contribution that was made by that particular committee in ensuring that this bill is fast tracked to the House, it's processed, and then sent to the National Assembly for enactment. And of course, Madam Speaker, that does not mean that the current committee does not deserve the praise of the Mediation Committee. Madam Speaker, I think the baton was handed over to another very able and passionate senator on issues of education, my neighbor, Dr. Milgo. I think what men can do, ladies can even do better. And we really want to thank Senator Milgo, for the good work that she's doing. Chaired, our vice chair is our own Senator Agnes Zani. I've no hesitation in stating that when it comes to bills, in Senator Zani, Madam Speaker, you find a lady, a senator of significant brain and energy. I think nobody has, I hope I'm not wrong, I don't think there is anybody who has sponsored as many bills as Senator Agnes Zani. And there is no senator who is as serious, as committed as Agnes Zani when it comes to contributions of bills before the House. We must thank the people of Coast and our party ODM for nominating Senator Agnes Zani. Of course, I know there are also other members of the committee. We have Senator Farahia, who contributed to this bill. We have Senator Musuruve, who contributed to this bill. We have, I think, my neighbor from Kisumu, Senator Outa, our own Muzee, Senator Giviomi, and who have I left? I think those are the members of, yeah, Senator, yes, Mary Senator. Those are the members of the current committee. And I think, Madam Speaker, the only gift we can give to this current committee is to ensure that this bill is fast-tracked and enacted into law, sent to the President and enacted, so that this current Senate can take credit as one that processed the bill into fruition. Madam Speaker, I've listened to the contributions that have been made by senators, and let's not take for granted what Senator Agnes Zani has said. At times, mediation is never easy, Madam Speaker, especially when you are dealing with members of two houses. And this is not just in Kenya. You know, I remember that, Madam Speaker, in the United States of America, even the venue for the reference committee of the US, the equivalent of our own mediation committee, even choosing the venue where the meeting was to take place was a problem. For a long time, the senators insisted there is no way they were going to walk across the road to go and hold a meeting with the House of Representatives. It was a big fight. And what we are going through are no more teething problems. I hope that with the time and with the wisdom of members of Senate and members of National Assembly, we will find a very good working relationship between the two houses. Because we are here to serve Kenyans, they are the ones who have elected us. We cannot let them down by engaging in unnecessary fights and wars, Madam Speaker. In terms of, I think, learning experience, I agree with Senator Zani that at times it's good to give fidelity to the Constitution and to the law. Because where we realize, Madam Speaker, that the position in Article 237 of the Constitution was very clear. Certain powers were given to the Teacher Service Commission. We realized there's very little we could do, you know, even if we wanted to support a certain position from the Senate, where we realized that there was a provision in the Basic Education Act that was in conflict with the position that was being proposed by the Senate. We gave in, because, Madam Speaker, we have to respect rule of law. And as Senator Zani has proposed, maybe what the current chair of Education Committee would do is to consider where there are inadequacies, you make proposals to amend the Basic Education Act so that we can align it with this very good early childhood education bill. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I also want to really pay tribute to members of National Assembly. You know, for once, Madam Speaker, I sat in a mediation committee that took on board the spirit of give and take, and also appreciating that the Senate and the National Assembly enjoy equal mandate under our Constitution, 2010. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that going forward, any other members of National Assembly that will be privileged to sit in the mediation committee will bring that spirit on board so that we are able to progress. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, this bill is to benefit our children. It's not us, it's not me, not you, Madam Speaker. It's in the best interest of our children, our very young children who are attending ECDs, that we are trying to put in place a framework that will put standards, you know, quality on education for our early childhood learners. So it's for the benefit of our future generations. Madam Speaker, I agree with what Senator Petronila Were has said. It's not a very good thing, even when we speak to Kenyans who are watching on TV, that this bill has been with us for more than 6 years. I think, Madam Speaker, the only justice that we can do to this bill is to ensure that we now progress it, finalize it, and hope that the National Assembly can do the same thing so that it is sent to His Excellency the President for assent, and then it becomes a bill. I hope that once it's in place, the concerns that she has raised will be a thing of the past. I hope we will not have a situation where Sunday school teachers will continue being teachers in our ECD centers. I think, as we stated, the mandate of giving guidelines on who qualifies to be an ECD teacher has been passed over to the Teacher Service Commission, and I have no doubt that the TSC will put in place proper qualifications on who should serve as an ECD teacher. And I hope, Madam Speaker, I think today we are celebrating Mother Tongue Day in the country. I hope the Chair Education Committee has taken on board the concerns that have been raised by Senator Petronila Were on how we should explore introducing mother tongue in our early childhood education learners. Madam Speaker, the Swahilis say, mwacha mila ni mtumwa. So we really don't need to abandon our culture. We don't need to abandon our own mother tongue. I think that's a very good proposal that should be taken on board by members of the Education Committee. On Senator Farihia, I think she has emphasized that this House need to prioritize this bill, and I hope that members of the House Business Committee will ensure that this bill is given the priority that is required. And then she has raised another very fundamental issue, the issue of funding by counties. Madam Speaker, in the architect of our 2010 Constitution, ECD is a fully devolved function. It's a function of our county governments. And it is really shameful, Madam Speaker, that in some, in some ECD centers, we have a very deplorable infrastructure. You have situations where children, young children like as young as 4 years, sharing toilets with all the children in class 3, 4. I think that's unacceptable, really. We want to make a very strong appeal, as proposed by Senator Farihia, that our county government should adequately fund ECD programs and centers by putting in place proper infrastructure. If I may tie that up with what Professor Senator Sam Ongeri has said, Madam Speaker, the infrastructure should be attractive to our young children. We should have the best building in a
Sorry,
school.
Senator, I don't intend to interrupt you.
Sorry.
But I expect you to donate maybe a few minutes to Senator Kamar to wind up.
How many minutes do I have? 15. Okay, I'll donate 10 minutes to Professor Kamar. I'll just sum up in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The other issue that was raised by Professor Mongeri is the issue of having in place boards of management. Because, Madam Speaker, I once visited one of an ECD center in my county at Tinderet, and the building that you see and what is given out as money spent on construction is not commensurate. So I hope, as Senator Ongeri has properly stated, this bill now empowers ECD centers to have their own boards of management, and I hope with that we'll see proper utilization of resources that is sent to ECD centers. On the issue of regulations, yes, I agree with the professor that we should ensure that the Council of Governors has an input on this, and as we know, Madam Speaker, any regulations must be processed through our own committee on delegated legislation. And I'm sure when they are doing public participation, they will certainly invite the Council of Governors to come and give an input. So I want to assure Professor that when it comes to regulations, the Council of Governors will be given an opportunity to make their input. And there isn't much really on transition because we are dealing with existing education centers. And what we are doing is actually to create a new framework on the management of ECDs and the qualification of teachers. Really, if you look at the preamble to the bill, it is addressing issues of management, issues of operations of boards, issues of admissions to the ECD centers, issues of quality assurance. So I don't think, Prof, there isn't much really on transition, and I don't think that will be a challenge. So, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply, and I hope that, Madam Speaker, I'll be moving that you defer putting the question pursuant to Standing Order 61.3. I now wish to donate the remainder of my minutes to Professor Kamar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Professor Kamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Mogeni, for donating a few minutes to me because I really wanted to touch on this bill that was extremely important to us as a committee. Madam Speaker, this bill was a very dear bill to the committee, basically because early childhood had been misplaced for a very long time. And as we discussed as a committee, we discovered that the child that should have been the favorite in the education system was being put to the sideline. Infrastructure was not meant for them. Infrastructure was meant for the older children. And even where they schooled with the older children, the break time was exactly the same time, and pushing for washrooms was a very serious matter to the kids. And as we developed this bill in that committee, we were really looking at the wholesome development of the child. And in fact, at some point we had said we want something called Early Childhood Education and Development Bill. The negotiating committee have rightfully put it as education. And I say rightfully because I want to mention something that made me realize that, yes, it's an education. Everything about the child is education. Because this bill has addressed the child wholesomely from what they should be educated on, who should be educating them, and how they should be handled. Madam Speaker, at that age, it is very, very important that the child knows that the child is loved. What we were doing previously with our children is that we are really dumping them in the poorest infrastructure in the school. They were given the building that was least cleaned, least developed, because we had not really appreciated the importance of developing the child at that stage. Madam Speaker, I was privileged to serve with Senator Ongeri as Ministers of Education. We served at the same time. And in one of the conferences of Ministers of Education, a technical expert from Japan who addressed us made it very clear that if you want to develop the brain of a human being, you must start it at 4 years. They say between 4 and 7, it is done. So if there are things that you want the child to learn, they must learn that early. And it really surprised me, but then as the mediation committee has come up with removing the development and giving everything to be education, I am now realizing the importance of that. Because it is at that stage that we make the child to be what the children will be. It is at that stage, Madam Speaker, that the child goes home and tells the mother, you are wrong, my teacher said this. Because it is at that stage that they actually believe everything that the teacher is telling them. This is a very important stage for the development of the child. And it is very important for us that we really train them well. Notwithstanding the fact that at this stage in Kenya, we are still talking of national values and national norms. Those national values and national norms should be taught at the early childhood education. It is at that point that a child learns good manners and they'll never forget. It is at that level that a child learns that you must wash your hand before you eat and they will never forget. It is at that child that we can actually inbuild the values that we call the Kenyan values. And for us to be able to do that, it is very important that we have the right infrastructure. It is very important that the child feels appreciated. It is because the ironical thing is that at home, the mother takes care of the youngest best. But then at school, we were treating them worst because we were giving the best classroom to class 8 and actually giving the nursery children the worst classroom. So the kids were being confused even in the system, that they like class 8 more than they like us. But I'm very, very happy and proud of this committee that has pushed this bill to the end so that we're able to do it. It is ridiculous that it has taken 8 years to pass this bill. It should have been a bill that would have been urgent the minute we knew that early childhood was devolved. So I want to congratulate the committee of Senator Omogeni for moving very fast in the mediation, reducing conflicts, and I dare say, I think they have set standards on mediation because I participated in some of the mediation committees and we always came out asking ourselves, do we come from the moon and the National Assembly comes from the sun, or where are we all from? Because it was a very agreemonious mediation, which is totally unnecessary. But as a country, we must lay our standards bare before ourselves, and we must know that we all serve the same country and the same children. So I congratulate the committee for doing their work in speed. In fact, their speed is amazing. The document was only approved a few days ago. It's not even 10 days now, and it's passing in this House. It tells you what senior counsel also can do. And we want to thank him, and beyond that, thank him for what he has done for this House pro bono. I think we learn from one another, and as we continue to work for ourselves and to work together, we will actually make a difference in this country. So thank you very much, Senator Morgan, for giving me a short time of your time of submission so that I would also add my voice and say that our children, we will make a difference to our children with this bill being ascended to. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Professor, and the entire committee. I will now invoke standing order, our standing orders 61.3 to defer the question being put. So, Senator Mugeni, we will give you 2 minutes to finalize.
Madam Speaker, with those very good remarks from Senator Professor Kamar, I now wish to conclude replying, and I beg, Madam Speaker, that you invoke Standing Order 613 and defer putting the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Senator, we invoke Order 61.3 to defer the question to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, adoption of the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments on audit reports for the county executives for financial year 2014-2015, that is 1st July 2014 to 30th June 2015.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, let me take this earliest opportunity, Madam Speaker, to say that the Sessional Committee on Public Accounts and Investments, CPAC, is established by Senate pursuant to Standing Order number 220, and is mandated pursuant to Article 96(3) of the Constitution to exercise oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. And B, pursuant to Article 229, 7 and 8 of the Constitution, to examine the reports of the Auditor General on the annual accounts of the county governments. And C, to examine special reports, if any, of the Auditor General to county government funds. And D, to examine the reports, if any, of the Auditor General on county government funds. And D, to examine the reports, if any, of the Auditor General on the county public investments. And E, to exercise oversight over county public accounts and investments. And therefore, when you look at Article 96(1) and Article 96(3), we have to do a balance between the defending the county governments and also oversighting the county governments. And therefore, that's a balance that has got to be taken very delicately so that we are able to meet the requirements of the audit report on this matter. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General forwards reports on the financial operations of the county government for specific financial years to the Senate pursuant to the provisions of Article 2297, and the Office of the Auditor General on various dates from the month of June 2016 forwarded reports on the financial operations of the county governments for the financial year 2014 and 2015. The reports, once tabled, stand committed to the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. Madam Speaker, the committee that considered and interrogated these reports was constituted at the commencement of the third session on 14th of February 2019. And the membership of the committee comprised of the following senators: Senator Moses Kajwang, MP, Chairman; Senator Mithika Linturi, MP, Vice Chair; Senator Professor Sam K. Ongeri, EBS EGH MP, Member; Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP, Member; Senator Wamatangi Kimani, MP, Member; Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, Member; Senator Kibiru Charles, MP, Member; Senator Mohamed Faki, MP, Member; Senator Manga Millicent, MP, Member. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee that considered and adopted these reports was constituted at the commencement of the fourth session on 4th May 2020. This committee comprised of the following senators: Senator Professor Samson K. Ongeri, EBS EGH MP, Chairperson; Senator Engineer Hagura Godana, MP, Vice Chairperson; Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP, Member; Senator Irungu Kangata, MP, Member; Senator Charles Kibiru, MP, Member; Senator Dr. Ochila Yako, EGH MP, Member; Senator Johannes Maruma, MP, Member; Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, Member; Senator Samson Cherege, MP, Member. The committee secretariat comprised of the following officers: Mr. Julius Ariwamoy, Principal Clerk Assistant 1; Mr. Joseph Mwangi, Clerk Assistant 1; Mr. Yusuf Shimoy, Clerk Assistant; Miss Josephine Kusinyi, Principal Legal Counsel; Mr. Michel Otoro, Legal Counsel; Mr. Eric Ososi, Research Officer; Mr. Ali Salat, Fiscal Analyst; Ms. Luciane Limo, Media Relations Officer; Mr. Stephen Nde Maru, Sergeant at Arms; Mr. James Ngusia, Sergeant at Arms; and Mr. Philip Kipkemboy, Audio Recording Officer. Sittings of the committee. The committee had several sittings with the county government executives on various days during the session where it considered the reports of the Auditor General. The committee was also able to visit and was not able to visit any of the counties due to its busy schedule and backlog of business. The sittings were primarily investigatory, and the committee received evidence from the governors of the county executives as the chief executive officers of the county governments pursuant to Article 179(4) of the Constitution. The members of the county executive committee and other county officials accompanied the CEOs to the meetings of the committee. Madam Speaker, this motion, my committee presents reports of 20 county executives listed as volume 2 that were considered and adopted by the committee. And this include the county of Bomet, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kakamega, Kiambu, Kisumu, Laikipia, Mandera, Migori, Mombasa, Murang'a, Nandi, Nyeri, Samburu, Siaya, Tana River, Tharaka Nithi, Trans Nzoia, Turkana, and Wajir county executives for financial year 2014-2015, 1st July 2014 to 30th June 2015. The committee examined the reports of the Auditor General on the financial year that I have stated, and in the financial 2014-15, the Auditor General reported that the pending bills for all the county governments amounted to 108.9 billion, being an increase of 46.1 billion from the previous financial year. And I must say, this has been one of our major elements of the audit query that traverses across the county governments that we have been able to examine, particularly not only the 20, but even the others. And therefore, and you can see that from an original figure, it went up, the pending bills went up by 46.1 billion Kenya shillings. And one of the reasons why these pending bills went up was because most of these bills emanated from paying huge legal fees without a clear process of procuring for legal services. Secondly, there was also the under-collection of revenue that was noticed in some of these counties, and misrepresentation of own source revenue, which affected the budgeting and implementation of the projects. The committee noted that the various counties irregularly procured goods and services through single sourcing methods, had poor record keeping, as well as failed to automate their accounting systems. In addition, most counties face challenges in operationalization of various IFMIS modules as required by the law. And I think IFMIS platform, some of them, there were many platforms that were being employed by the county governments, and we said there was need, and there was a need that we should harmonize the use of IFMIS with the other available payment modules on the counter, used by various counties, GPay. There are various varieties of methods that they are using to pay. And we say that the county, one of the recommendations that are contained in this is that the National Treasury, who are the originators of IFMIS, should be able to employ and give capacity training to the county government so that they can synchronize and harmonize some of these platforms that are being used today. The committee, Madam Speaker, the committee further noted that during the period under review, most counties had weak human resource management, where counties recruited staff without following due recruitment procedures. And two, failure to recruit qualified personnel, irregular compensation of employees in total disregard of the salaries and remuneration commission circulars. This was there was serious non-remittance of statutory deductions to government agencies such as NHIF, NSSF, KRA, pension funds, and financial institutions where money was deducted from employees but not remitted. This led county governments to be penalized through fines and its accrued interest, resulting to loss of public funds. In addition, no county government had a staff establishment policy to determine optimal staffing levels. It was observed that most county governments had weak internal control systems arising from a lack of policies, i.e. internal controls, fraud prevention mechanism, fire detection and prevention, disaster prevention, management of documents, and staff pension. And you could see that some of them deliberately went out of their way, causing unnecessary fires, and those fires targeted the treasury. And it was very strange, and therefore they would come and appear before the committee and say that they did not have the documents to present before the auditors and before the committee, and therefore it became very difficult to interrogate them. As a result of the highlighted inadequacies, the Auditor General rendered different opinions, with a majority of the counties, 25, receiving a disclaimer opinion, and 17 receiving adverse opinion, and only 5 receiving qualified opinion. There was no county, except 2017-2018, when there were only 2 counties that had received qualified opinion and unqualified opinion. Though there was a slight improvement of record keeping from the previous financial year, there is need for more capacity building, especially in the human resource, procurement, accounting, and revenue departments in the counties, as well as establishing strong internal audit units. Madam Speaker, the list can go on, but I invite members to be able to look at page 10 on the general observations and recommendations of the fiduciary risk, which is contained in this volume 2 of our report, which runs over to 850 pages. And I did tell you yesterday or day before yesterday that we also had of the other 15 counties that we had examined for 3 years. Those are a total of 45 reports, plus these 20 reports makes a total of 65 reports before this House, which have been updated to 2017-2018 audit report cycle. And that's a tremendous work that has been put in by various elements of people who are involved in this exercise, including the committee, the secretariat, and those who are writing, finally, discussing the report at the end of the day. And this has now put a total number of pages that you can peruse through, and you can also peruse through your own county and see how they are performed, to a level of 3,100 pages. And I think this is a commendable job. And therefore, the general observations that I would like to make, which cuts through the county executives, and these were the parts of the fiduciary risks that we picked out contained in this report, are as follows. 1, flagrant non-compliance to relevant laws. 2, lack of remittance of statutory deductions. 3, pending bills. 4, intergovernmental debts. National government vis-a-vis the county governments vis-a-vis the national governments. 5, irregular procurement of goods and services. 6, misrepresentation of county revenue. 7, spending of revenue at source. 8, under collection of county revenue. 9, irregular compensation to employees. 10, incomplete and non-utilized projects. 11, weak internal control systems. 12, lack of assets and liabilities register. 13, weak human resource management. 14, irregular public participation payments. 15, over-expenditure, stroke-and expenditure of funds. 16, poor budgeting and weak budget performance control. 17, poor bookkeeping and record keeping. 18, lack of established audit committees. 19, failure to submit documents for audit for the Auditor General. 20, outstanding impress. 21, irregular funding at national government functions by county governments. 22, delayed release of equitable share to county governments. And 23, lack of interoperability of technology systems in use, and particularly mentioned to IFMIS. And of course, 24 IFMIS challenges that I've alluded to. 25, payment to Council of Governors, which is illegal because this is a function that ought to be funded by the national government. 26, mortgage and car funds. And 27, legal fees. And we've noted that exorbitant legal fees charged, sometimes out of the normal legal fee scale that is provided for under the legal framework. 28, inadequacies in financial management by county governments. And 29, value for money for agricultural for agricultural the value for money for agricultural, livestock, or tree planting projects, and 30, public-private partnerships, 31, professional misconduct. Madam Speaker, the report therefore contains specific recommendations to respective audit queries to each county, hereby indicated as chapters in the body of the report, and you will see them there. All the recommendations contained in this report were arrived at by consensus. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I wish to register my appreciation to the Office of the Speaker, the Clerk of the Senate, and the Office of the Auditor General for facilitating the work of the committee and making the production of these reports possible. The committee also appreciates the members of the Secretariat for their commitment and dedication to duty. Finally, final appreciation goes to the distinguished and dedicated members of the committee who created time out of their busy schedule to attend and actively participate in the proceedings and final production of these reports. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment, CPAC, I now wish to urge the Senate to adopt the reports and the recommendations contained in this report. And they are very detailed, and at every stage, at every audit query, we've been able to bring out clear and focused recommendations that have been discussed and agreed upon unanimously. And therefore, we can end this session by saying that we have actually indeed been able to produce a report that will keep this House busy for quite a bit of time. And we are anxious that we, instead of doing postmortems of reports of Auditor General, that we should always do up-to-date performance reports of county governments, so that we are able to keep pace with the amount of money which is being now allocated to county governments. And there are huge resources from a very low level to now a level which is going to be 370 billion Kenya shillings to county governments. This money cannot go unnoticed and can only be oversighted when we are current with our books of account. So I beg to move and ask, since now that the Vice Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, Senator Engineer Agura, is here, I'll ask him to second this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Professor. Senator Engineer Algures. Senator for Marsabit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion on adoption of the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment Committee on audit report for the County Executive for financial year 2014-2015 for the counties of Bomet, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kakamega, Kiambu, Laikipia, Kisumu, Mandera, Migori, Mombasa, Murang'a, Nandi, Nyeri, Samburu, Siaya, Tana River, Tharaka Nithi, Trans Nzoia, Turkana, and Wajir. Madam Speaker, as we know, and also urge the Senate to adopt the report because it's our responsibility as Senate to oversight the funds we allocate from the equitable share or from the national funds. And the way we do it is mainly looking at the auditor's report. Devolution is a new thing, is a new form of governance in this country, which we gave ourselves under the 2010 Constitution. And this is the second year of devolution, the reports we're discussing, because the first year was 2013, 2014, then 2014, 2015 is the second year. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the committee has done a commendable job to go through all the reports of the 47 counties, executives, and the county assemblies, and this being a bunch of the executive audit reports reviewed by the committee. I'd like to say that as a member of the committee who joined the committee the last session, you could see that issues which are mainly in this report are maybe we could say are teething issues because we are starting new systems and the county governments had to learn how to run public affairs. They have to develop the systems, and that is why you find all these teething problems are there. And you could see even from the auditor's report, that year there was no unqualified opinion, which means they had issues with all of them, but at different stages, but none of them fully satisfied the requirements of the auditors. That's why there was no unqualified report. Madam Speaker, the issues which are being raised still persist. Because even when we did the following 3 years, 15, 16, 16, 17, and 17, 18, most of these issues were recurring. That shows still there is learning to be done, but we have to insist and we have to put in place our oversight role properly so that we take the necessary actions against the county governments so that they don't repeat these issues. For example, if you look at the issue of adherence to the budget, the approved budget, you find counties have their approved budgets, but when they spend outside that budget. That shows a case of not following the law, and somebody has to be held accountable to follow the law, because that is why the budget has to be approved in the first place, to make sure it's in line with the law.
Senator, sorry to interrupt. We will have a balance of 16 minutes to second the motion. Next time, it is listed for debate. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to interrupt the business of the House, of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 25th February, 2021 at 2:30 p.m.